Good morning and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are right here with you guys to have a day full of entertainment and full of a lot of intensity. Yes, we are back again with the SA versus SEA Open Challenge and bringing you back to this desk. This is me, Darshita. Alongside me, you're gonna find Raider. Quarterfinals is done and dusted, and now today is the very first day of the semifinals. What do you think? How are you, first of all, and what do you think is gonna happen today?
I'm happy to see. I'm happy to see a new chapter getting started in this amazing tournament because yes, if I talk about the quarter finale, it was full of joys. It was full of, I guess, sorrows as well for quite a few teams because only top 8 teams have qualified to the semi-finale. Talking about that, let's talk about the prize pool as well. The distribution is absolutely amazing. $750 for the champions. The runner-ups are going to get $300. The second runner-up, or should I say, the third position team is going to get $200. And the fourth and fifth position is going to get $100 each. But let's talk about the MVP, the most valuable one. He's going to get $50 as well. So that's absolutely massive. Coming back to the fact of point system, remember guys, the teams have to be a bit more aggressive if they really want to be the team which is going to have the enjoyment, or should I say, cherishing the placement points. They have to be in the top 3 at least so that they can get 10, 6 and 5 points respectively. Yes, the team who is going to get the chicken dinner is going to get at max 10 points for the chicken dinner, and on the high side, whatever the kills they have gained is going to get them 1 points each for those amazing kills. But team list, oh, the names are absolutely amazing. We have Bigetron, that means BTR, we have PJ, YOODO Alliance is going to be there, Infinity is there, Sim9, DX, Box Gaming, PB is going to be there, MRPX, 21 Infinity. Okay, that's another beautiful lineup coming in. We have a Badnam, and eventually if we talk about Genesis Esports, Aura, VOIN, Infamous and STR. Remember guys, teams like Aura, VOIN, Infamous and STRxFL, these particular teams have qualified from the quarterfinal if I'm not wrong, but all the other
Yep.
teams that you can see in this group are invited. I'm so excited to see teams like YOODO Alliance and Infinity, and mind my words, Darshita, you will see some amazing plays coming in from these top 5 teams, like the teams whose logos are there in the first 5 pro shots.
Oh, I'll be looking forward to that. I mean, what's the best possible way to start a morning with these amazing team on our
But yeah,
screens, right? So I'm pretty excited to actually witness all of these teams coming up. To the teams have been qualified from the quarterfinals to here semifinals. We have Aura, we have Voin, we have Infamous, STRxFL. The way these teams have been performing in semifinals, I would say there was just a start. There's a lot of, I mean, we always keep on reading books. Now, when it comes down to
hmm
books, it's just the starting pages that we are reading right now, and the main
so
the main last pages are still left yet. But coming back to this fly path, we are already all set to head towards the very first match of the day, and it is going to be no other than Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the fly path as well, I feel it's going to start off things from the sides of military base and make its way towards Georgopol and hospital. So I feel like teams going towards Talbot, Kameshki, Siverny, it is going to be very, very difficult for them. Yasnaya, I feel, yeah, we might see one team there down, but again, the probability chances are next to none. Oh, do we have a drop clash at Novorupnoy? Yeah,
maybe. I guess the teams would be jumping in for the Milta vicinity as well.
Milta,
But I would
yep.
love to see a drop clash coming in, definitely, because as a caster, or should I say as an audience, we would love to see those initial chaoses. But at the hindsight, when we talk about these teams, they are definitely here to pull up a very long battle and at the end qualify for the grand finals as well, where that $1,500 prize pool, the stakes will be coming in into the picture. But for now, let's talk about the Pochinki region. Team DX is trying to jump over there. Voin is again going to choose their own locations that they usually go to. That is Ferry Pier, and then eventually Prismark and Query is just a subsidiary location where they love to jump in. But in Famous, where they are jumping, we have Team BNX as well coming into the picture. So maybe will have a clash. And it all depends on the how the circle is going to form. If circle goes towards Yasnaya Polyana, then eventually a lot of teams have to rotate very early, and that might lead to some clashes. But eventually the circle is fairly centric one. Maybe the teams which are jumping in school region or Rozok region are going to get favored for at least 3 zones, and that is something I'm looking forward to. But not just that, we have another clash coming in probably, and that could be near the areas of Jarki and Georgopol Northwest City as well, because we have Alpha jumping, Aura jumping over there. We have MRPX, and then eventually along with that, we have one more team jumping in the closer by vicinity. PJF is going to jump for the Rozok, Water City or Ruins region. So that will be absolutely amazing to see at the end whenever the clashes comes in. The retaliation is something I'm definitely counting on. But YOODO Alliance and the other teams which are in the closer circuit, I would love to see how the impact is going to be, because obviously losing your breath, losing your players in the initial circuit, in the initial first few minutes is obviously not a very good situation. But R1895, like that is still being utilized. I was surprised to see BTR losing their one good player so early, but this is how the game goes on. Remember, guys, this is the lobby of the best players, and look at this guy. Gen Force is still going to spray down the player. Oh, he actually impacted the player, but eventually just 12 HP of that particular player was depleted. That's not enough, and BTR, after losing their one amazing player known as Boy Cliff, they definitely have to step up the game so that they can survive with the top three players that are surviving in this game, and then eventually at least come in the top three.
Oh, well, yes, definitely that's going to be the case for now. BTR is already outnumbered and they need to focus more on positioning, I would say, rather than going in for a 3 versus 4 fight. But again, we know how strong these teams are, right? Going in for a 3v4 fight is not a big call for all these players around. Now, coming down to Novorupnai, once again, as I said a while ago, we might just see one drop clash happening there and we definitely are going to witness some intense fight. All of these players are really in a close vicinity to each other. MORPH GPX. It's gonna be the players of Aura really nearby, and this player is trying not to just compromise his location, but did they find him? Yeah, they did.
Oh,
Yeah, they did. They just came back. I mean, for a moment, I just thought like they did not see the player who was prone down to the ground, but Aura, well, they just found them. They just didn't put him down to the ground, but completely eliminated. And that's going to be one more player who is done and dusted. For now, we do have 13 teams joining us. That means 3 teams have not made their way inside the lobby. We might just see them joining up us in the upcoming matches as well. But for now, it's BTR who have lost one of their players. MRPX have lost one of their players. Rest of the teams got all full players surviving.
I mean, on the hindsight, when we talk about Playbook esports as well, they are here only with the 3 month standing. So I guess that is also going to be a big trouble in the later stages of the game because again, when you have the 4 players, you have different areas to cover with, and you have flanks and stuff like that that you can actually play with. But on the hindsight, when we talk about the 3 month standing, again the trouble rises. One will be the IGL, the other two is going to just follow the command and also play along with it. But then you don't have that assessment of the 4th player, and that might impact the performance. But Raimond for now is just going to loot beautiful compounds or maybe shelters that are there pretty close to the Sharky region, shelter region. That's exactly what he's trying to do for now. He's a very isolated player for now in the lobby. Nobody's close to him, and I believe he's just kind of playing with it and getting the loot for now. But Aura Esports, again, the domination that they did show in the quarter finale is something that I'm definitely looking forward to. But the fact is, when the top 8 teams qualified, the 24 new faces are also here in this particular game. So things might change, and they might change very rapidly because remember, guys, just 5 matches for the day, and then eventually 2 more days of 5 good matches are going to be there. So a total of 15 matches in the semi finale, and only the top tier teams are going to qualify for the grand finals, where again, few set of amazing teams are going to get invited, and in total the competition is just going to escalate through the way. See, the thing is, if you have qualified from the quarter finale to the semi-finals, you should not be relaxed because again the competition has just doubled its time, and also the aggression is going to be there, the calculative approach is going to be there, which we were loving yesterday, to be honest. The first day it was full of chaos, second day bit more of a calculation, the third day, oh man, teams was just focused on getting their height on the leaderboard, and we did saw a 32 bomber coming in yesterday by STRxFL, if I'm not wrong, and they are here in this lobby as we can see. I am definitely going to count on them for a very big performance, to be honest.
Oh well, stronger XFL, they just set a bar, right? They just set that bar for everyone out there. And on the other
Mhm.
side, they have already given a target. They are like, this is what we can do. Now show us what you guys can do. And I'm really looking forward to one of these teams who can, pull off a 30 plus bomber once again. On the areas of Yasnaya, we do see 2 teams. I mean, one has made their way with some vehicles all around. That's Box Gaming. Yep, all the 4 players surviving from the sides of Box Gaming have made their way in the areas of Yasnaya. The players do have a split amongst themselves, 2 players towards Yasnaya, but hey, the sounds have already given in the queue, which means that the players know that there are enemies around, and we soon might just head towards a very first proper fight between the teams of PGEV and Box Gaming. Now, will that be the case? Is something we will see in few seconds, as few shots were exchanged, few bullets were definitely exchanged, but nothing was found, no connection was found, no player was brought down to the ground. Everyone is just waited on that very first opening. You know how important that is, right? The very first opening, which pressurizes the team and which gives advantage to the enemy team.
Right. Definitely, you have to have get that initial opening. Then only you will be able to slam onto that particular compound because you do know that you have taken down one good player. That means the enemy team is already one man short, and the other guy of that particular team is already going to be keen on putting some smokes or maybe getting a revival. So obviously they are distracted, and that's when you strike, and that's when you get the best output out of the game. Obviously, when you fight against a 4v4 situation and all the players are standing in your enemy's territory as well, I believe at that point the competition just escalates a lot. But Box Gaming, as you said, is a team that is looting the Yasnaya routes at this point, and they have a closer by team, but not that close to be honest, because Yasna is again one of the biggest compound that you get in the map of Erangel. And looting here, maybe that would be the red building, or it could be the mother building of the Asana Polyana. You can actually have a very good spot to fight back with. But on the hindsight, if I talk about Sem 9, another interesting team, as I said, but they are here with the 3-man power. I'm so skeptical about it. Like how the performance is going to go is something I'm definitely going to look forward to. But yes, for now, they are just looting every single vicinity that they are getting, because they do know this is the kind of lobby where the people are not going to fight initially. But when they will fight, oh man, they will give a hell of damage onto you.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely that is going to be the case. Within the upcoming stages, we soon will be seeing player fighting out for surviving. They want to survive till the end. They are looking forward to do that. I mean, I still remember the last day of, the quarterfinals that we witnessed. It was the map of Sanhok, and I did not
Hmm.
expect the heel battle to happen, if you remember. But we
Yeah,
still saw Rowdy, if I'm not wrong, who went in
yeah.
for that heel battle, and got his team the hashtag to position. I mean,
Hmm.
you can just expect the unexpected. It is always said, right? Expect the unexpected, and you can definitely expect that to happen at this point of time. Now, I do see a airdrop as well. Who's gonna have that party? I mean, I really don't know. But again, the zone will be shrinking in as well in the last 2 seconds. Everyone needs to make their way inside the play zone, and everyone needs to make sure that they are at a safer side. They got the initial 5 to 6 minutes for the entire closure that they needed. They got that time to have their hands on everything that they needed. But the sides of BTR, they are somewhere down the line near to the areas of box gaming, and there's one player on the rooftop now. If this player starts in to go in for some shots, this might be a fight that we witness. But for now, I feel like that's not going to be the case. The players are going to have more of their focus towards entering the play zone and having a great vicinity for themselves. Look at that. Everyone is making their way inside. But the players needs to buckle up as well. You see, the breathing space just keeps on going down and down from here on.
Yeah, when you have the survival at its peaks and the zones are shrinking, definitely the proximity is just going to increase, and you will see some amazing fights. And that's exactly what we are here for. Genesis on the other corner, we have Slim's Eye, we have players like Masaishi, and from Bigetron's Red Villain, we have Genforce. And he's one of those aggressive players who can actually clutch down when he fights into his favor. But at the end, it really depends how your teammate works and how your formation is going to work out, because obviously you have lost one good player initially. That is obviously going to make a dent onto your performance. But for now, I guess a calm, composed fixtures is something that I'm definitely looking forward to. They have got the M416s along with the DBS, and I believe DBS is an unforgettable meta that have been exploited by these players at its peak. And it's really very important when you know that a gun can be so effective, you have to have it in your arsenal. And I believe the players are just using it on its peak, but we have yet to see what will happen with the DBS in this particular semi-finale. Because if you guys remember, in the quarters, we did saw Aura Hans for you doing a 1v4 with the DBS, and on the hindsight, we did saw some other players also utilizing it on its peak. If I'm not wrong, that was a map of Sanhok where we did saw the player in the ruins region doing a 1v4 with the DPS, and that kind of play is something that scares me, because obviously when you have the full manpower, you are kind of, let's say, confident that we can take down one player. But eventually, if that player has got a DPS, you should stay back. You should figure out some nades and some smokes, or maybe even some flashbangs, so that you can just eventually distract him for a brief second, and at that point you can strike him. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Genesis, Master Ishi, the player coming in from Genesis Esports, he's so good when it comes to the angles that he really finds whenever a fight comes in. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how that happens.
Oh,
But there you go. Gen Force gets attacked. 34 HP of his body has been depleted. That's Sem 9 on the back end, and some other team also in a close quarter of vicinity. And as we can see, Satalus is also on a very backward angles. If I talk about MORPH, we have Cleon, we have YOODO, we have Rocky, and the other guy, the fourth man standing, has already been taken down. PJF is in a close quarter fight. We will see how that actually goes on, but eventually YOODO decides to come really fall back from the scene, and definitely PJF is already getting damaged. Rocky has to also back out. They might actually take the mushroom tower or the gas station, whichever place they do get in their favor. It is going to be a very important factor for them to just hold it very, very fruitfully, because then again, we have players like Jaxi, we have players like Lynx, we have players like Redface, and coming in from Team Vijev, the synergy and the experience these guys do hold is just so amazing.
oh, the sides of Team Morph have been forced to push back. They were forced to retaliate out of that entire situation, and they were forced to not get into that fight. I feel Morph would have been prepared for the same, but hey, in Famous, they've started off things by punishing one player from the sides of BN United. They just didn't put him down to the ground, but they eliminated him completely. And I really feel BN is not really happy with the fact that they've lost one of their players. Now, talking about the play zone as well, once again, you can see the in center areas between Pochinki and Farm. That's going to be the Potato Hills as well, which is already inside the play zone, which means that it is going to be a big mess when it comes down to eliminating team. Now, the player who will hold those potato hills will be at a real advantage, I would say, but who would get that opportunity is still the, biggest question that we keep talking about. Morph, let's see what the plan is for now. All these players are preferring sticking together to each other. They do have their vehicles up for rotations, and it is going to be very important. But hey, Smile! No way! Smile just fell off that vehicle and he is down to the ground. At this point of time, I did not see any enemies nearby, which means that he is at a safer side. But even if by chance there would have been someone nearby, it would have been a big mistakes for the sides of Genesis Esports. For now, they're looking safe and secure. The player who was down to the ground has been revived back, has been given one more chance. Box Gaming as well, trying to go in for few rotations here and there. You see so many vehicles, so many players all around, still no one committing to a proper 4v4 fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those regions where we are going to see a lot of chaos when it comes to the last few circles. I'm definitely going to count on that. But on the hindsight, Infamous Esports, which is kind of infamous for being very aggressive, and in the initial stages, as you can see, none of the teams have got any kind of frags, but these guys have secured
Oh,
already four
Mox!
amazing eliminations. But what is happening to Box? Okay, there is a clash between Box and Morph. Both of the teams are fighting right now, and Morph has got two amazing frags after losing one good player. That was an initial loss for them, and that too was cashed in by Infamous. But for now, it does feel like that Box Gaming is just going to be left with the one last player of that particular team, and I do feel like that Morph Esports can actually have the upper hand. Gosu and along with that Quanji. Well, there you go. Good players are still surviving. Quanji barely surviving with the Upeaji that he has got, and obviously while rotating, if he gets spotted, he can be taken down quite swiftly. Because obviously one good spray, that's all it needs. On the high side, Gosu again getting attacked. Yes, the damage is way too high. And Ankit manages to dent out and maybe smoke out the vehicle as well. But on the hindsight, Quanji is already there in the cycle. So I believe he has got a safer haven where he's calling out his teammate. And maybe when Gosu reaches over there, he will be ready for a fight. But for now, if I talk about Team PJV, we have got Misery, we have got Zaxi, we have got Redface, we have got Lynx, and they're waiting. Okay, I do believe there is going to be a farmer's approach coming in, which is again very unconventional, but what a shot that was. Team PB gets connected with a beautiful mini. Oh, SLR shot?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is just using the unconventional approach. Here we do see an SLR. On the hindsight, the player who got contacted with that SLR had the FAMAS, which is again a very newer form of a weapon which utilizes the 5.56 MO. But I don't see competitive athletes using that particular gun because again, the recoil is like an M762, like a barrel. And that recoil control is just not going to be that easy. But yes, at the end, this is the choice that the player are coming up with. So we have to admire the fact that they are choosing the guns that are kind of unconventional. And due to that reason, maybe the enemy is also just going to be, I guess, surprised to see that this kind of play is coming in. But Infamous, you're about to lose one good player. Yes, the spray was quite on point, but still, not that on point to be honest. But Morph's position now has been revealed, and Infamous can utilize that information, maybe take down the whole team of Morph. But remember, guys, this is the 4 zone that is going to shrunken down. So at this point, if you stretch up a fight, expect a third party, that's for sure.
Oh well, yeah, definitely that is going to be the case. More for now, I feel they would have went a bit silent. They would have let the sides of Infamous rotate and then went in for a rotation, get inside the play zone, and then go in for a fight rather than committing to one right now itself. Now, what is the exact plan is still a question for all of us right there. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 Infamous. These players need to be very careful. They've started things off on a very amazing note. I mean, look at them having 2 frags already out of their name, and they are looking forward to gain more. But hey, this is something that wasn't supposed to happen in Famous. Lose down one of those numbers, and now they have to prepare for what is coming their way. It goes down to a 3v3. Well, make it a 3 versus 2. Aveco goes down as well in Famous. They are not looking good now with just 2 players surviving. That has to be the last one. What a beautiful connection there was. The last player, he decides to run off the situation, to not continue on to this anymore. Now, Now, here's the thing: Infamous didn't just get punished from the sides of Morph, but it was the other players of VOIN as well who went in for few shots from right behind and took down the players of Infamous. That's where the problem arises. That's the reason it has been always said to prefer the play zone first, because you first need to find a great positioning, you need to find a great vicinity where you can actually hold, and then commit to all this fight. But we do see one more fight happening from the sides of team Aura Esports. They are looking forward to completely eliminate the team which is still outside the play zone and haven't made their way inside. They are looking forward to completely eliminate them and not give them the entry inside the play zone. But it's not just about these two teams. You see, there might be a third party coming in any moment soon.
I'm expecting it, and definitely I'm looking forward to see that third party
Oh,
coming in. But Genesis loses one good
Genesis.
guy with a beautiful, beautiful nade coming in from Aura. Aura has got the Grozas, they've got the nades, they've got the angles right in the favor. One esports on the other corner is going to go ham with that EVOS. Again, a connection gets founded. One good shot, one good shot. That's all we need. But eventually, Voin loses. Voin loses way too fatality. But eventually, look at that. One esports going out way too early. It is going to give the momentum to Box. It is going to give them momentum to some other teams which are in the close by vicinity as well. But Aura Esports versus Genesis, another space is going to go. Yes, the damage could be done, but not enough to completely shut down the player. On the hindsight, we do see a lot of nades getting utilized. And Genesis, they are definitely about to lose. Oh, what was that? A vehicle clash coming in, but Snape's nade was just so on point that Master Ishii got caught off guard, and his vehicle was just completely bursted out. But at the same point, Box is still surviving. Gosu being the last one standing. Yes, eventually Sem9 also gets departed. Morph GPX, if I'm not wrong, is doing a phenomenal job of still surviving in the game and
Oh,
doing the heavy lifting of surviving, and at the same point
Cleon.
getting the revival 10. And he knew a shot got connected, so he instantly just drops down to his belly. The smokes are already there, which is again going to provide him the cover. But Grenadier being the YOODO Alliance, I was talking about this team, I was talking about PJV, and remember guys, in the later stages, you will get to see these teams just proving themselves so fruitful that I guess we are going to enjoy that competition. And right now we have a competition between PERSIJA EVOS, that is the PJV, and along with them we have team known as YOODO Alliance. But a very good spray coming in. Zaxi unfortunately gets taken down. One of the big names of the community has been slayed. I don't think so a revival like situation is going to come that easily, because YOODO Alliance do know who is the guy on the back end of that receiving shot. So they really want to wrap up the game at this point for Team PJF. If they survive, if PJ survives, remember guys, they could be the one of the biggest contenders for the chicken dinners, and that's exactly why Redface wants to be back in the game. Or it's a 1v2, 1v3 type of situation coming in. Redface instantly gets one more, but I guess at the end, they're getting taken down. Flex on the other corner is also about to receive some good shots. Iftar gets links, and with that, we are left with just misery. He has to put up some amazing plays at this point. The nades are there. He has got the beautiful M416 in his hand, and the players who has already been knocked out are trying to just fall back from the scenario. Iftar gets spotted. Iftar is getting taken down. Yes, he indeed gets taken down. He has to repatch himself first of all, and then eventually he can fight back in the game. But look at DX. They're not here to provide an opportunity for teams like that, and DX Xavier gets the game right in the favor. And just like the Lamborghini guy managed to survive, we have another team fighting back. Morph, what are they doing? Just surviving with the 3-man player. But Aura Esports is also quite chaotic. Look at them. They've got 5 amazing finishes. Last 2 players are still surviving, and Morph is having trouble fighting back against Aura because the Groza is just so amazing.
Oh, well, it definitely is. But right now we have the top 5 teams. Oh, no, where? He finds one on Rocky out there, and now he puts him down as well. The top 4 teams are right onto our screens, ladies and gentlemen. DX, BTR, Aura, and Infamous. 2 teams who have been invited, and 2 teams who have qualified, who have made a big journey to be here in the semi-finals. Who is gonna come on the top? Who is gonna make it to the chicken dinner is still the question. This is the very first match of semi-finals, and it has to be very, very intense. All of these players are all around. Now it comes down to Aura with both of these players surviving, which I feel should be a passive approach for now rather than going in for fights. But onto the other side, in famous esports, Abel, there's a player right behind his back, jumps off his vehicle,
Oh,
shuts him down. And that has to be an end to Infamous as well. DX, BTR, and Aura. Infamous has to say a goodbye for this specific map of Erangel, but we'll soon see them in the map of
mhm.
Miramar as well. Coming down to BIGETRON, there's going to be the sides of BTR. All the 3 players surviving with 2 finishes onto their name. Aura, the way they have started things off in this specific map, they are looking really very good. But will they be able to continue the same momentum? There are a lot of vehicles all around down, and the play zone is just playing a complete different game for the players out here. Aura needs to make their way inside the play zone as well, which is going to be a very, very difficult call. And now, how will they do that? I have no idea. Because see, look at BTR right now. BTR has the best ever position, though they are not completely inside the zone, but they are down the hill. Whereas if you talk about the sides of Team Aura, they are on the upside of the hill area, which means that when they come down, they definitely are gonna get punished out here. Now utils is the best ever thing that can make your way inside the play zone. Smoke's path is something that we are looking forward to, because if not that, then it's gonna be very, very difficult for this player to make its way inside the play zone. On the other side, DX, if I talk about DX Xavier, for them it has to be all the four players surviving. I mean, in this entire lobby, I feel like DX Xavier has the best ever chances of getting that match just due to the numbers advantage. And look at how they're holding. Two players are still inside the play zone, one is playing outside just waiting for information, and one is completely behind ready with that vehicle. But the sides of Aura Esports, they're making their way inside the play zone, they're getting hit down, they're getting the shots, and that's where DO3 has to go down. Now that's what something I was talking about. For Bigetron to make its way inside the play zone, it is going to be very, very difficult.
Oh,
Hey, hey, BDR, they completely eliminate them. And now we have both of these invited teams fighting it out for the winner chicken dinner, Raider.
the Xavier against the Red Villains of BTR. Let's see what happens eventually, because Zenfos, he's known as HP. He's repatching himself. He's trying to be back in the game. But on the hindsight, look at the control that they have got. The Xavier has got in this particular cycle. He's going to take one more down. That's 2 for 2. And the last player surviving is actually on the back end. He's actually outside the circle. Zenfos is the name. The only guy which is still surviving from Bigetron's Red Villain is here. And he's about to get taken down, because
Uh
obviously Lamborghini
oh.
is here. He's going to swiftly take him down. But before that happens, again, some beautiful sprays are coming into the factor. But that DBS
Ooh!
indeed got connected. With that,
DBS!
a surviving chance might be coming in for maybe one frag. But after that, he is going to get taken down. That's exactly what happens. DXavier secures the first ever chicken dinner of the semi-finale of SA versus SEA Open Challenge, presented to you guys by the LIDOMA Asia. And definitely, we have one of the biggest contenders of this particular lobby. The invited one secures a beautiful chicken dinner. That really makes a statement in the game that we are here, and there is a reason why we have been invited. And on the high side, if I talk about Aura, if I talk about Infamous, kudos to your performance as well. But at the end, you were unable to find your own, I guess, safer haven, because of the fact that they were on the elevation factor on the Potato Hill. And obviously, Potato Hill is one of those hills where if you try to drop down, if you try to be back in the ridges, or back to the lower grounds, you can easily be spotted, and that's exactly what happened. One good player was taken down by DXavier, the other one was taken down by the team known as BTR, and at the end, we do so like a beautiful clash between BTR and DXavier. At the end, it was a 1v4 situation. I don't think so. That Zenfos was pretty much having a very beautiful angle to do that 1v4, and that's exactly why he was taken down. Despite of that fact, he took one player down. He was about to wipe him out, but eventually mid-air he got caught off guard from DXavier's back-end players. And with that, we do see a very beautiful chicken dinner. It's all about how much of a dent that chicken dinner is going to make. Because remember, BTR does not have any amazing finishes in their favor. I believe somewhere 9 to 10 points, that's all they're going to have. Or I suppose did have some finishes, so they might just go to 11 to 12 points. On the hindsight, yes, the team which has secured the chicken dinner, that's DXavier. They had some, I guess, eliminations on both the particular teams on as Aura and BTR. Apart from that, they had their eliminations. They had their hands on PJev as well, because remember, the last man standing from PJev, he was beyond a beautiful tree, trying to heal himself. All of a sudden, from right, a shot comes in, and that was DXavier who was trying to punch him out. And let's see, all of the situations are going to come to true at this point. And there you go, 17 points for DXavier. That still means, Ashita, that even after the match gets over, there is not a lot of buffer, and it can be countered in the next match.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely it can be. The Xavier with 17 total for themselves. We have Aura and MRPX with 13. BTR with 9, Y'all with 7, PJEV with 7. Now, look where the difference has arises. Aura, who's been a qualified team from from quarterfinals to semifinals, is still looking really consistent and comfortable. But when it comes down to other team, it feels like the teams which are invited for the semifinals Group A are just going in for a great domination, and they're just coming up on the top. But we cannot judge them with one single match definitely that comes up on our
Right.
way. It all started with Aura getting the very first for themselves, and then it was Infamous. It was
Oh,
Morph who, actually called off that fight, and they were actually able to come up on the top. They eliminated the sides of in Famous as well, and that's where all of the problems arises. But before that, in Famous, they were really looking good. It all went down to 7 teams with that. In the initial first 2 or 3 zones, I would say we did not see so much happening. But after that, when we came down to a line where Potato Hill was a contestment place, it all became so chaotic. Everyone wanted a good positioning, and they were trying to push off their enemies behind. They were trying to take them down, and that's what they were able to do as well.
And they were kind of successful out of it. And eventually, if I talk about another team known as MORPH GFX, as we did saw, they had approximately 10 kills. They were very close to securing a winner chicken dinner, but eventually Aura came back with a third party, and that was just something so amazing to watch out for. Aura Esports at the other corner, you can clearly see how from the elevation, from the height advantage, they tried to be back in the lobby, and they eventually got spotted. Pompey was the last one, gets taken down by Gen Force. And after that, definitely the trouble arose because the Xavier was there in the close by vicinity, and they were just trying to shut them down. That DB shot actually got connected so swiftly, but eventually after that, when he tried to eliminate the player, at that point, look at this jump shot. Yeah, he was caught off mid-air, and with that, the Xavier definitely had the chicken dinner. But let's talk about the top fraggers. It is going to be MORPH Cleon, 7 eliminations, and 7 is going to be the KD. That's kind of a statement that he's trying to make up. But eventually, this was just the first match. Things will change, and they will indeed. In the Miramar map, you will see teams like PJ performing exceptionally well. You will see BTR performing exceptionally well because these are one of those maps where the forte of these particular teams is just so good. But if we talk about the current scenario, top fraggers, yes, we have DX Lewis, that is at the second position. On the third, we do have Aura, and on the fourth, we have YOODO Alliance. Name is Voki OP. On the high side, if I talk about the last man standing, or should I say the last player in the top 5, it is again going to come from Team of. Name is Rocky, has secured 2 good eliminations, 2 assists, and the 2.2 KD is absolutely looking good for him. But in the later stages, as I said, 4 more matches to go. 2 Miramars, 1 Erangels, and apart from all of that, we do have a trump card known as Sanhok as well in the semi-finale. I'm so happy to see the format of this particular tournament. Having
Yeah.
Sanhok is just something which changes the complete meta. Like oftentimes we do see in a tournament, particularly like teams try to become way more predictable. I mean, Erangels, Miramar, yeah, the formations are pretty similar. They drop in the same vicinity and things like that happens. But eventually, when a Sanhok comes in, complete shift of tempo comes in because at that point you have to shift, you have to take some close 4x4 fights. But yeah, guys, after a quick short break, we'll talk about all of those stuff a bit more. But yes, remember, Miramar is up next. Well, after seeing that amazing performance coming in from DXavier, BTR, and Aurora Esports, yes, we are finally back for the second match. Name's Raider, and along with me, we do have Darshita. And once again, we are going to witness the semi-finale match number 2. And if I talk about the today's schedule, remember, guys, 5 good matches has to happen, out of which already the first match is done. And it was DXavier which secured the chicken dinner, but not with a very huge amount of points, to be honest. 17 points is what they have got after securing that massive chicken dinner. But back at the back ends, yes, we have Miramar. We have, I guess, one more Erangel, and then eventually one more Miramar is going to be there. After that, a Sanhok is also going to be there. So there is still a very huge chance of taking down the throne and having in your favor if we talk about the rest remaining 15 teams that are there in the lobby. So definitely looking forward to see how DXavier is going to play along with that. If there is going to be a very good consistent approach from DXavier, that would be good. And if the consistency is going to lag behind, we do know what will happen, and that is some new face is going to be crowned as the team which will be on the top of the leaderboard. What do you think about that, Darshita?
I don't actually see a single team gaining two chicken dinners in one single day at the semifinals itself. I
Okay.
mean, come on, talking about all these teams we know, big names, right? Big names, strong teams once again. If I even talk about those single players, they are individually talented. Even if there's like a 1v2, 1v3, we know these players can pull off. They are,
Yep.
such strong players. So I do expect a lot from these teams coming up for the semifinals, especially those which are qualified from the quarterfinals. They have made a
Mhm.
journey till here, and they know that if they want to get qualified from here on, they even need to, pass on for the semifinals and then get the ticket to grand finals, and also the key to that prize pool. I mean, yeah, we keep on talking about prize pool, like what is on stake. It is so much. So all these players, they need to be prepared. But again, upcoming is the map of Miramar that we've talked about so much in the quarterfinals. I still remember. I mean, Miramar is where the action unfolds, and I'm so awaited on that.
Definitely, the rotational clashes, the vehicles that are going to tumble down, the third parties that are going to come, the zone
Yeah.
hardships that will be there, are something very, very amazing to talk about. And definitely, I'm also rooting for all of those stuffs. Very soon, the match is going to get started, and with that, the flight path will come in. And after the flight path is about to get over, you will get to see the first play zone as well, which is again going to embark a new journey because maybe the teams are going to jump on the eastern flanks depending on the flight path, and the zone is completely on a western flank. So again, a very swift rotation has to be there because remember, guys, if you are late in Miramar, you are one of those teams which is going to wait for the next match because obviously the third parties, the gatekeepings that are going to be there are something which is kind of very chaotic, and there is no, I guess, chance that you can avoid that. Third parties will be there. It will be maybe in the first few circles or in the last few circles. And if I talk about the last few circles, not just the third party is going to be there, but the zone and the timings of those particular zones are also going to play with your minds. And also, if you are maybe 10 to 15 seconds outside the circle, you are going to dish away a huge amount of AHP. So all of those things have to be factored in. This is not just for the map of Miramar. When we talk about the zone, when we talk about hardships and stuff like that, it is there in every single match. But in the map of Miramar, it just escalates a lot quickly. And apart from that, you don't have that many places to hide in the map of Miramar. It's a very open map. If you're
Yeah.
rotating through the roads, I believe that is the worst thing that you can do because you can be traced down with just 40 bullets. You can be taken down. On the hindsight, if you're rotating through the ridges, again, your vehicle can be stuck and you will be just like they're walking on your foots and trying to be in the zone. So all of those things
I
are
mean,
actually something. Yeah.
coming down to vehicle in Miramar, I have been saying this so much that I don't trust them. So
Mm-hmm.
we even we are done off desk when we sit and play. We always do realize, right, when we are in the vehicle itself. Even if we turn the steering wrong, we know it's done. You never know when you fall down to your own death. You'll find yourself down to the knees, and at the same time, if there are enemies around, it's already done for you. One mistake can just take you out of one specific map, and you need to wait for the upcoming map, which is again going to be Erangel. So if you have an upper hand in Miramar, as you were stating in the previous conversation, Raider, that there are teams who have an upper hand in Miramar as well. This is the map to look out for, because see, when it comes down to Erangel and Miramar, I guess Erangel is a home for every player, right? Erangel is something that we've been playing right when we started to download the game, and that's the very first map that everyone out here has played. But when it comes down to Miramar, you need to study the entire Miramar to get onto the top of that specific map. So you're gonna get two chances to prove yourself in Miramar, and if you are able to do that every day for back to back 3 days, you're gonna have two chances. One Senok, I mean, yeah, Senok is anyone's game, right? You never know who can come up on top in Senok. Even if you have a stronger hand on Senok, you cannot actually predict on who can win. But when it comes down to Miramar, and if you actually have that strong hand, I feel you got two chances for convergence.
Definitely, definitely, there are a lot of chances. And talking about the chances, I believe there is one more chance, that is, there are going to be voting of two fan favorite teams which are going to get
Yeah.
qualified for the grand finale as well. So if you are unable to perform, maybe some particular team is unable to perform in the semi finale, and due to some reasons they are just going to get eliminated. At the end, if they have made their way in your hearts, you can actually bring them back to the glorified grand finale fights, and in which, if they are in the top five, they are definitely going to get some kind of prize pool, some chunk of the prize pool of that $1,500. Along with that, the most valuable player is also going to get 50 particular dollars as well. But let's talk about this map again. A diagonal flat path is going to come in, which is kind of cutting the map in 45-55 ratio from Montenuovo to all the way to Elazar. We do see a lot of places where the teams might love to jump in. Puerto Parasio is kind of far away. Same goes for Los Egos, same goes for Lacob. But then again, Lacob area is one of those locations where the teams are just going to jump in. They can actually do go ahead and drop down to Crater Fields, get a vehicle or two, and then eventually rotate back to Lacob area. So I'm definitely counting on those rotations as well. But at the same point, if we talk about teams like Infinity, okay, finally Infinity is here in the lobby, and that's so amazing to see teams like Infinity coming back in the game. Beer 11 is one of those players who has shown his talent in the previous IPs of Lidoma as well. I would love to see how he's going to play today. Redface, Luxi, Jaxi, and all the other players that are there from that particular team. PJ is also trying to rotate back to the Chumasara region, which is again their home drop location. But Monte is going to get filled with the clash between BTR and the other team, which is, if I'm not wrong, Infinity. And Infinity just scored their first frag. That's so amazing. And now it's a 3v3 fight. That's kind of interesting. Oh, it's a 3v2 for now because BTR loses two good player.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely that is going to be the case. It all started off with players going down, and now Miramar is going to be very, very chaotic for all these players who do not have anything for themselves. But hey, no way! It just was a shotgun that the player had, and he just got denied. BTR has been losing players back to back, and it's all down to one last remaining player. What will he be able to do? Will he be able to find anything? Is still the question. He finds one. Oh well, yes, that's going to be one from the Genesis Esports, if I'm not wrong. Yep, he finds one. He's trying to go in for the second one as well, but will he be able to do that? Is still a bigger question. According to the play zone shift as well, all these players need to make their way inside the Montenuo power grid, Chumashera areas, San Martin. Los Leones, I feel few compounds will still be inside the zone for the very first stage, but upcoming stages, I don't think that will actually be possible. Box even has a drop clash here with Genesis, where Genesis finds themselves one but are not able to actually confirm the same. Now, Box Gosu, he'll be going in for some smokes. Well, yeah, I do feel like he is going in for the same, but hey, are you actually throwing that knife onto your enemy to take him down? Oh my god. Oya has lost one of the players. Air finds one out of GEW players. I mean, so much is happening at the initial stages. It's gonna be Box Gosu who goes down from the sides of Genesis, if I'm not wrong. Box has lost one of their players in the initial stages and now are left down with just three remaining.
The last few players still surviving. Genesis Esports definitely trying to put up an output at this point. One Esports went out way too early, and this time they are trying to wreak havoc against stronger XFL, which is again going to be a very big challenge for them, to be honest. But let's see how far at this point they're going to stretch out the competition. But it feels like that Master Asia has got a very beautiful spot to hold on to, and he is just going to eliminate a player if the player decides to push on. But that will be a mistake, and that is why. I guess they're not trying to just push through the smoke, and which is again a very good output from this particular fight. But Arsenal, Petron, San Martin, these are the few regions which are still one of those concerned areas where the fights just can escalate. We might see some third parties as well. We do have 15 teams in the lobby, and for now, 51 players are still surviving. Few amazing teams have lost amazing players. For example, BTR, look at them. They've lost three good players, left with one. Aura Esports lost one, and the other players are still surviving. But let's see what Master AC is going to do. He's still waiting very patiently, but yet in the mind, I believe the chaos is still there because they do know if they make a single mistake, they are going to lose some crucial players of that particular team, and that will again in turn cost them a lot. Box on the other corner also went out way too early in the previous matchup, and that is why they're stuck at the 8th position in the world standing and just had 2 points in their favor. So this is the match where they can easily escalate the competition and maybe had some amazing finishes in their favor as well. Gosu on the other corner went out way too early. Just one frag from his perspective, and that's all. And now look at that. A patience, sneak peek type of approach is going to come in. Nobody is going to be pushy. At the same point, nobody is going to back out as well.
Well, yes, definitely. Two players still surviving from the sides of Genesis Esports. Looking forward to survive till the end. But here's the thing, right? Genesis and Box definitely has a fight going on. But the highlight point is Aura Esports. Now, if Aura Esports decides to go in and make a third party out of this entire situation, I feel it's going to be worst for both of these teams. So they need to actually be very quick on what to decide. Because, see, you look at the positioning that Aura has right now, they've completely surrounded both of these teams. Both these teams are finding themselves inside one specific building. Box definitely has one of their players really away from them, but here's where the thing is, Aura is just closing in. They are making their way towards the specific building to go in for a third party, and this might really be heartbreaking. BTR on the other side is just left down with one remaining player who is not sure on what can be done. He is so confused right now, prone down to the ground. I don't feel he does have really good weaponry to play around or to go in for 1v1 fights or something like that. He is just so at the patience right now, and he needs to be the same. But Genesis, what is going to be the plan from here on? They are just waiting for that one moment or that one opportunity where the opponent makes a mistake. But for now, Master, he is at a very vulnerable position. Even if someone tries to come up through the stairs, he has the opportunity of taking him down. But going himself and trying to take that player down onto that stairs area will be very vulnerable call, because if he gets taken down, it's all down to the last remaining player's smile, and then it will get worse for the sides of Geniuses to survive in this specific map of Miramar.
Well, yeah, definitely. The survival is something which is again quite impacted, to be honest, because even if they survive against the other team, Box Gaming, there is a possibility that Aura is going to take them down. And if Aura is also going to leave them behind, remember there is somebody lurking in the hills of this particular San Martin POI. So that means this is a fourth party situation coming in, and there is no way that Genesis Esports is going to come out glorious out of it. And if that happens, I would be so happy to see a team being so decisive that they have to survive, and then eventually they did survive. Master Smile, he's about to receive a nade, but is it going to be a proximity? No, the nade was actually on the lower floor, and due to that, the impact was not there. But Aura, well, they are pushing forward. They have lost their patience. They are going to be pushy. They are going to take down one or two players down, or maybe just in the process going to get taken down themselves. All of that situations will be coming in. But look at those placements of the nade. They know where the players might actually hold on to. But immediately on the hindsight, we have Box Gaming, who also knows where the nades can actually come. They're trying to be a bit more unpredictable, and that is how the situations are working out for them. One other nade goes on, it goes to the upper stairs, but eventually Box Gaming is still waiting very patiently as Spray comes in. Thompson is in the hands of Cute. Let's see how Cute is going to play with it. And definitely Thompson is one of those guns which can impact a lot, and that too with the extended quick draw mag. I believe those 50 bullets are going to be way too chaotic, and with that we have some more sprays coming in. Well, there you go, 1v1 comes to the picture. A lot of bullets have been sprayed with the Thompson, but eventually one good DBA shot, that's all we need, and that's exactly what they get. Box Esports is going to lose one good player of their particular team. On the high side, Genesis Esports is also waiting patiently for their own turn to come. Sem9 on the other corner manages to wreak havoc onto MORPH, and MORPH GPX loses one good player of their team as well. PJ on the other corner manages to balance out the situation for the team known as STRxFL. Oh, takes one down. He's going to finish him off, that's for sure. And yes, he do finishes him off. And he has got an idea that there is a DBS that is working in this particular place, so he has to be backing out from the situation. Also, in order to counter the DBS, they have got the S1987. That is another unformidable weapon known as the category of the shotgun. But on the high side, we have PJEV, and they are just constantly wreaking havoc. They're constantly getting the players down. Aura Esports gets one more. He's about to take another one, and that's it for Box. Way too patient, but at the end, way too big of a loss that has happened at this point for them.
Well, Aura Esports is on the urge of getting taken down completely. Now, this 1v1 is going to decide a lot of things, and guess what? Air comes up on the top, completely eliminate down his enemies, and revive back his teammate. But Aura, that went in for a third party, is now getting into a very chaotic situation, because look, there's one player down. Genesis get completely eliminated, but is that Box Gaming done and dusted completely? Aura would have been up with three players surviving for them, but Master, he just changed everything out there. Now the zone is also closing, and these players needs to be very careful. Two players stuck in the position where Genesis was a while ago, and now I'm not really sure on what the plan is from the sides of Aura, as it goes down to a 2 versus 3. But as soon as DO3 comes out, he gets shot down, taken down, and now it all is down to the last surviving player, Air. What more he can do? Well, the answer is going to be nothing, and it is going to be BN United completely eliminating all of them. Now, in this specific area, it all started with Box and Genesis going in for a fight, where the sides of Team Aura decided to actually close in. As soon as they did that, they had casualties on themselves, but still, it was a lot of chaotic situation for the entire team, and now look what has happened. BN United out of nowhere has just eliminated
Yeah, yeah.
completely their enemies.
Yeah, definitely. I guess the pressure is something which is again going to be very, very high. But on the hindsight, when we talk about the 9 teams, 29 players which are still surviving, everybody's just struggling at this point. And yes, the pressure is something which is just going to escalate throughout the way. But let's see at the end what happens and how it all happens, to be honest, because Miramar is something of a map where things will change and things will escalate a lot quicker. If I talk about the
Yeah.
aggression, if I talk about the rotational clashes, all of those things are going to come in a very rapid pace. And also remember, guys, only the top 14 teams are going to get qualified for the for the grand finals from the semi-finals, and eventually the other two teams which are going to play in the grand finals are going to be the teams that you guys choose, which is the fan favorite vote. But after a quick short break, we'll be back to see what happens next. Well, after a quick short break, yes, we are finally back, and once again, we were baking some new strategies on the back end. We were trying to learn and have an idea of how it all is going to unfold, to be honest, because yes, 13 matches, to be honest, are still left in the semifinals, and after that, top 14 teams are going to be revealed. And out of those top 14 teams, obviously, the intensity is going to be somewhere around, like, let's say, some teams are going to be calculative, some teams are going to be very aggressive, and eventually, if we talk about the last two teams, well, those are the teams which are going to be get chosen by you guys. So make sure to actually be ready for all of those stuff, because yes, the voting lines are going to get open pretty soon on the LIDOMA Asia Instagram page. So make sure that you have followed all of those stuffs as well. On hindsight, when we talk about the match, yes, the lobby is getting ready, and pretty soon you will get to see the Erangel map coming into the back ends. And I guess at that point, Darshita, maybe in Erangel, this time again, we are going to see a lot of passive plays initially. And at that point, if the passive plays are going to be there, again, we can expect a lot of chaos in the later stages, which will be like basically fourth, fifth, and sixth zones.
I already do expect a lot of chaos happening. I mean, the way Miramar has panned out, you still know what happened, right? It all went
Yeah.
down from two teams starting a fight to actually four teams in one specific compound. That's how the map of Miramar went through. And now, when it comes down to Erangel, I'm still quite excited to actually witness on which teams come up on the top. I mean, yeah, we do have few names up here, but again, Wrangle, it will keep on changing again and again. It won't be the same specific winners, actually winning it out, but we might see just new faces coming in again and again. And to end it all with Sanhok, I feel it's going to be a very different approach when it comes down to Sanhok. Just teams might prefer going in for some hot drop clashes or might be just going in for initial fights rather than waiting for 3-4 zone. And the specifications of Doctor, I mean, to go in for an heal battle, I feel that's next to none.
Yeah, definitely. But I've got a slight update, guys, that this will be a rehost of match number two. That means, again, the Miramar is going to come in. Due to some ping issues, we had to rehost the lobby so that we can provide the adequate competition that is there in the game. And definitely, we are going to see the map of Miramar once again. Maybe the flight path is going to be different. But one thing that is for sure, that the teams have now got an idea where the clashes could be. So maybe this is going to be one of those opportunities where San Martin is going to be a bit more vacated, because obviously we don't want to see that third parties coming in when we talk about the team's perspective. But as a caster, as an audience, we would love to see those third parties. We would love to see those clashes coming into the play. So maybe after the rehost is done, maybe after the game is going to get started, we are going to see some separate locations getting chosen, or maybe some drop clashes will be there for sure.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. I do expect a lot of them coming from these teams. I mean, I actually don't expect these players to be really playing passive and, not going in for any early fights. But again, talking about the flight path for now, it's starting things off from the sides of Los Higgins down there, up there to Campo Militar, which means Los Leones, Picardo, La Bandita, San Martin, Montenuevo, Chumashera, El Pozo, El Lazar. You have a good opportunity to actually go in for faraway drops as well, and then take a vehicle and make your way inside the play zone. Now, it all also depends upon what the first play zone is going to be like. I mean, we have seen some water zones coming in the map of Miramar, right? So that is pretty shocking, but at the same time, it's quite entertaining for us as audience to actually know on which team can actually, make it inside. But again, it all depends on what these players are up with. I do feel a drop clash coming somewhere down the line. Will it be Montenuevo? Or maybe they'll go in for a different drop. But yeah, initially, I do expect a lot of fights, Raider.
Yeah, I guess the Montenuevo clash is going to be there for sure, because Infinity is reaching over there, and we do have BTR also trying to go over there at the same exact angles. But the thing is, the flight path was a little bit far away. That is why I guess the gliding down scenario is going to be there, or maybe BTR is going to choose to route those single vicinities. But look at this beautiful play zone that is going to come in. Again, 30% of the area is going to be the unplayable area, that is the water body. But we do see a lot of clashes this time in the Los Angeles region. And apart from that, San Martin is again going to get filled up with multiple teams, and I believe that is going to in turn ignite a lot of spirits. But Infinity decides to also drop down at the similar vicinity where Team BTR went down, and look at that. Space are coming in with the Vector. Beautiful knockout comes in. That's all I suppose for us. And all these first gets their first knockout. I don't know. Will it be a fruitful one? Because obviously, knockout is a something different thing. And on the hindsight, if you are able to fruitfully get that knockout to an elimination, that's the best part. Goso on the other corner is already at a very low amount of HP. Goso gets taken down with an vector with an vector once again. And Kwanji, if I talk about him, oh, he was waiting patiently, but indeed he peaks, and that is why his position is going to get, I guess, revealed. Genesis could, in fact, take down some good shots onto them, but I guess they're not trying to be that aggressive this time, because they are trying to be one of those teams which is just going to encircle all the players which are fighting in that particular building in a later span of time. Just exactly what Aura did in the previous matchup in the previous rehost. If you guys remember, when the previous matchup was there, Aura Esports was exactly at the similar location where Genesis is for now. And then eventually, when the fights between Genesis and Box started brewing, at that point they retaliated. But BTR this time is going to reward back the favor that happened in the rehost. Infinity's Beer 11 has been taken down. The guy could be taken down. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was a very good close call. But with that S12K, indeed the player gets taken down. And on the hindsight, if I'm not wrong, other retaliation comes in. The last man standing that is there still surviving in the game is going to be pretty close to them. The name is Lobby, I believe. I would love to see what happens over there. Boycel RV is going to be there. We have got Shutties who has been taken down. And the last player that is pretty close in the circuit is going to be backing out in a compound. So maybe things will be a bit more difficult for those guys. But there we go. Machete gets revealed and he's going to cut him open. And with that, the second frag for Team BTR is going to come. At the same point, YOODO Alliance also loses one good player. And that's exactly what happens when you fight in the Lost Universe region. When you don't have an idea where the players are, this is exactly what kind of play is going to come in. Oh, what is happening? They're just slaying them open. On the hindsight, YOODO Alliance after losing Iftar. Oh, one more rotation, one more knockout comes in. And that is Shuaz, who has been taken on. Lamborghini has been picked off, and the other guy also gets taken down. This means YOODO Alliance is going to get at least 3 frags out of it. On the same time, if we talk about Lewis, this is the last man standing. Remember, this is the exact team who has secured the chicken dinner in the previous matchup, and for now, it does feel like that they are not even going to secure the top 12 positions.
Oh, not the best of the decision to actually run into a complete open area. And now what you ran into was your death directly, because see, the Xavier has lost 3 of their players, and it all goes down to Lewis as the last surviving player of this entire situation. On the other side, we have Box Gaming once again unfolding themselves into a fight. Now there are a lot of teams around, so it is specifically not just one specific team. We have Aura, we have Box Gaming, and BU United. If I'm not wrong, no, this is gonna be Genesis. Okay, it's gonna be Genesis, it's gonna be Box Gaming, it's gonna be Aura. All these three teams have again made their way in the specific compound to fight it out once again. Box name cute. He has a pistol in his hand that is trying to fight with. On the other side, he has a Uzi to play around with. That's not gonna be enough. Uzi in the close range definitely is something that to look out for, but in a long run you need to find something that is very, very sustainable. On the other side, STRxFL, they also have made their way inside the same compound. Lewis, he finds one. He just not takes him down, but completely eliminates. YOODO Alliance has lost one of their players, who's just not just down to the ground, but has been eliminated completely. Now, Lewis is trying to go in for a DBS. No way! YOODO Alliance, why will you come one by one? Why will you wait one by one? You have faltered down your numbers, and now it's all down to one last surviving player. STRxFL, that's going to be stronger. XFL trying to go in for a rush as well. Flax Wally, what will he be able to do? Trying to take down one, but gets eliminated completely, and that has to be YOODO Alliance going down on the hashtag 15th position. First was Infinity, and then we had the sides of YOODO Alliance. Now we are still left on with two teams, STRxFL versus DX Lewis. Lewis is going to be the last one to survive. He's still trying to figure out on what can be done. He already has 3 on his name, and if he gets 4 more, that is a pure
So
1v7 coming in.
I mean, that P could have taken the player from Stronger XFL, but he decided to just, stop at that point. And eventually, due to that, as we can see, the loss of blood is going to be there. YOODO Alliance going out this quickly, I was not expecting that kind of play coming in. But the fact is, Team D Xavier has already secured 20 points in their particular meta, and that is again going to amplify their position in this particular game. But a lot of nades, a lot of throwables are going to get hooked up. That nade could actually impact the player. Oh, the damage was actually quite on point. Lewis is about to get taken down. It's a 1v3 situation for him. Takes one down, takes another one down. It's a 1v2. Takes the player out of the misery. Oh, at the end, Stronger XFL survives. With the last 2 players surviving, okay, last 3 players surviving to be precise. I was not expecting that big of a loss coming in. But at the end, this is the fact. This is what we have to live up to. And the loss was just so dreadful for Team Stronger XFL. If I talk about the San Martin region, we have Aura Esports getting 2 amazing finishes. One player is pretty much knocked out at this point, but I believe the revival could be coming in pretty soon. On the hindsight, if I talk about Box Gaming, yes, they are struggling. Genesis, who tried to be the Aura of this particular match, but no, I guess that is not working out because one good player from Genesis, which is already done in custody, has been taken down. The other guy is about to get a revival. But Box Namcute is just trying to spray the player down. Kwanji is also waiting very patiently. They do know that maybe there is going to be a possibility where the players are trying to cross the road and eventually come up for a revival for Pompire. And whenever that happens, they will be able to spray down the players and maybe get the upper hand. But Aura, yes, they are doing the heavy lifting. They are getting multiple knockouts in this particular POI. They've already secured two amazing finishes. They're going to take one more down. And there you go, guys. There you go. Aura Esports is also down to their knees because two or three members of this particular team has been taken down. And that's it for Aura. What an early elimination!
Oh, Aura goes down so early. Box Gaming with four on their names already, and they have already shut down the sides of Aura. Now that they had one casualty, definitely that has to be Gosu, who has been completely eliminated, but still they still have three players surviving. One player was down to the ground, who's been revived back, and feel the revival will definitely be successful. But on the other sides, we have geniuses with zero defeat but one player loss, one casualty already onto the names. They need to be very careful before going in for any kind of fights, because again, going into a 3v fight will eventually get you outnumbered, and which will not be the best ever possible way to start with this map of Miramar. On the other side, we have PGEV as well, all the four players surviving, but please, what? 21 Infinity? Playzone takes down the players and they get completely eliminated. So we are down with 11 teams and 39 players. I mean, I do expect Playzone playing around and giving a lot of damage in the upcoming stages of stage 4 and stage 5. But when it goes down to stage 1, I actually don't expect that to be happening. But okay, completely okay. Again, coming down to the play zone as I was talking about it, Los Leones, Chumashera, the upper areas of Los Vegas as well. So this entire area will be inside the play zone, and I do see a lot of teams still stuck at San Martin. Now, if you guys don't make your way inside the play zone, it is going to be very chaotic.
Yeah, definitely. Making an entry into the particular circle is going to be very important because at the end you won't be able to get that many chances in the later stages. So that's why being in the zone is going to be very crucial. At the on-side, if I talk about the northern areas, we have Team Box, we have Genesis trying to rotate. PJF decides to wreak havoc on Team BN, and definitely they're doing their heavy lifting at this point. We do see a knockout coming in, and I believe Infamous has got an insight that there are players trying to take some good sprays onto us. But yeah, there you go. Linux has been taken down. Was not expecting that kind of an elimination coming in, but after taking down one good player, Linux is actually at a very bad spot, to be honest. Misery, if I talk about him, has got the MP45. He knows that the player is in a close by vicinity. He can take him down with some beautiful MP45 shots. Oh, indeed, gets taken down with a beautiful DBS, and that's it for PJF. The last two players that are surviving are trying to back out, or maybe just fight back in this scenario. Zaxi is not going to back away. He's one of those players who is going to just completely push and eventually get some good eliminations if it is possible. Has got the M16A4 in terms of, let's say, the secondary weapons, but some more needs are going to get cooked up. This nade might find a player. This nade might actually do the heavy lifting that is required at this point. Redface on the back end has got the scars. He's trying to spray down the players. He's already at a very low and above HP, and he's just going to fall back from the scenario, maybe have a very different angle in the circle and take down the players of BN in the later stages whenever the situation demands or whenever the players are going to come in a closer circuit. For now, taking that particular fight could have been a very big vulnerable moment for PJF, and that's exactly what they don't want at this point, because after all the heavy lifting in the previous matchup, all they had was just 7 points. So in this particular matchup, they have to survive, they have to do the heavy lifting. Morph on the other corner is also trying to rotate, and as we can see, the rotations are kind of not working out because M9 has got them cornered and they're trying to spray them down outside the circle.
Oh, that's gonna be Sem9 finding one onto Morph as well. As you're talking about it, Morph finds one player casualty onto themselves, and now they need to be very careful. Sem9, if they go in for closing into this fight, yeah, that is gonna be the decision, but they need to make sure that they are outside the play area, and that will be very risky call. But still, are they gonna go it? Yes, they are. Box even goes down. Sem9 is just going ham towards Morph as well as Box at the same time. It has to be Box Gaming completely eliminated from the players of Sem 9, and now Morph, what is going to be the plan? The last surviving player, how long will he be able to survive? There's a vehicle right exactly in front of him, but as soon as he'll be giving in those sound cue, there's one player who is really very besides from the Sem 9. Oh, he knows there's an enemy. He knows there's an enemy. He is well prepared for the same, but having a fight inside the play zone again is a very risky call. Sem 9 Tam is still there. He's still waiting for that right opportunity. And even Bobo knows that there's one player. Oh, no. Morph, he just located his, he just gave his location out there. He just compromised out of his location and now he's trying to make his way inside the play zone because the zone is also shrinking in some 6 to 5 seconds, which means the damage gets amplified more and more. And now these players need to make their way inside because even if you talk about the healing, wait, what? Look at the play zone. Look at how hard shifts it is having.
Yeah, the hardships are absolutely amazing. A complete southern shift. Initially, it was a southern zone, and after that, again, another southern dip was there. And this time, again, if we talk about the particular play zone, it's kind of a situation where 45% of area is again unplayable. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If you really go for the southern island, that was the lossy go situation. If I was like, चलो शुरू करते हैं, casting कर ही लेते हैं चुपचाप, अगर जा भी रहा होगा तो भी ठीक. Can't see. Alright guys, once again after some technical difficulties, we are back again into the meta, back again into the game, and we can clearly see VOIN is still struggling, and that is the kind of peak consistency that they can come up with, because in the previous matchup as well, if you guys remember, VOIN decided to just go ham, but eventually went out way too early with just 1 point. In this matchup, they have secured 3 good eliminations, and they are in the top 6. That means at least 2 position points are something that are going to get credited. But on the hindsight, if I talk about PJ, again a very interesting team with some effective blows as well. BN United, they are also struggling, but they might just get some good decent points. Genesis on the other corner is also hiding beyond some drops. And if you have the drops in your favor already, the level 3 West helmets are going to be an added bonus to you, along with the guns if you really choose to go with. And I feel like that MG3 Night Machine gun has already been summoned by Master Ishii. And we can see Jace is actually very low on his HP. One good shot, and that could all be it. But on the hindsight, as the zone is suppressing the players, maybe Sem9 could be one of those stronger teams which can have the fun, which can have the chicken dinner, because they have got the idea of the zone, they've got the centric POI. Apart from that, there is another team that is BN United. We have PJ as well surviving. We have BIGETRON also trying to survive in the game, but Saturn has been taken down. That means the domination of Genesis still survives.
Oh, well, it definitely does. BTR is getting a lot of shots onto them, and look how one player goes down. Voin is just down with two players for themselves, and they need to be very, very careful. B and United, they are looking good with 5 frags that they have out of their name, plus all the 4 surviving players. Now, Voin can make a difference here. Look at that nade being cooked. If it goes on point and if it gets a good connection onto B and United, the numbers can definitely be faltered down. But Voin needs to be careful. The position that, Jesub is holding right now is very, very vulnerable. And see, he is getting few shots in return as well. It has to be a very chaotic situation for now, because we just have 6 teams with 15 remaining players. Now Jace is facing a lot of grenades in return as his location gets compromised. He definitely is holding the best of that position, but still that is not enough, because any player from behind can just take him down or shoot him down. Sem9 loses one of their player, not completely, but yes, he is down to the ground now, not being completely eliminated. But BTR is looking forward to completely eliminate the sides of Sem9 as well, going in for a patch. But as soon as he does that, he finds himself out and he gets shut down there. Boy, it's BTR boy who's trying to, be at a safer side, but at the same time, Genesis will be going in for some few nades here and there, and that has to be the
What?
elimination. Oh no, there has to be the elimination of one, not but two teams. Sem9, BN United, Genesis, and Voin are the left 4 surviving teams. BTR gets eliminated, but Jace, you need to be careful, my friend, because it's a very vulnerable spot that you are in. Finds a player right behind, punishes him down, finds one more up right there,
No.
couldn't convert him, and that's where Voin also gets eliminated. BN United, Sem9, Genesis is at a very vulnerable spot for now. They are finding themselves outside the play zone and they need to make their way inside, and also one of their players is down to the ground. So is the case with BN United. So I guess Sem9 has an upper opportunity onto all this, but the thing is, they are outnumbered.
Well, definitely, the situation is like VN United has got the full manpower. Semnan on the other corner, same as Genesis Esports has got at max, I guess, 3 players, and that is something which is again going to create a lot of buzz, a lot of pressure. But it feels like that Semnan is going to cook up some decent nades to take down West Carry, and if West Carry gets taken down again, a 2v2 formation will be getting carried away. The damages are something which I'm definitely going to count on, and that UMP45 in the hand is going to be a beast in the close quarter. That's what I really believe at this point. But let's see at the end what happens, because we do have a drop coming in from the right angle. There will be some space. Master Skill gets one more play down. That was Master Smile, if I'm not wrong. That skill of a player is just so amazing. But where is Team BN United? Because they're kind of far away from this particular fight. The players are a bit more focused on taking down these two particular teams, but it does feel like that now Master Smile and his teammates are about to get taken down, because we are left with the last man standing. The name is West Carry, but can he carry his team to the glorified second or the first position? It does feel like that it will be a very big challenge for him, to be precise. Again, a 1v1, and it's done. Genesis is out of equation. Sem9 survives, and they will be fighting back against the team BN United. Again, the invited ones are surviving, the qualified ones are struggling. What is happening? But that nade was just too precious to go with at the back ends. BN United survives. They get a chicken dinner. They are going to get a chicken dinner, and that really makes me say once again that the manpower still lives to the glorified angles. If you have the manpower, you will be able to clutch out this situation. And that's exactly what they did. They waited patiently in the later stages. They let Genesis and the other team Sem9 fight, and eventually whoever survives is going to take up a fight with them, and it will be
Yeah.
a 1v4 situation out of it. If you guys remember, Sem9's one good player, the last man standing, was able to take one member from the other team Batnam. That was through a nade, but eventually it didn't pay it off because again, from the back end, there was a beautiful support system coming in for Team Batnam Esports, and that is why PN United is going to move forward as a chicken dinner team. And this will again create a large dent in the overall standing because remember, the team which was on the top of the previous leaderboard, the name is DXavier, went out way too quickly with just 3 kills. So that means it was an opportunity, and I believe PN United cashed in on it.
Oh, well, yeah, that is going to be the case for now. But this map of Miramar actually has turned out to be a lot more chaotic than we expected it to be. The end zone had somewhat like 15 players still surviving. I mean, the sixth or the fifth zone had 15 players surviving in such a close compound. It all went down to a last 1v3 that we just witnessed a while ago. But BN United, with a total of 19 points for themselves, they will be bragging this chicken dinner for them. Onto the other side, we have Sem9 with 17, Genesis with 12, Voin with 7, 6 is what BTR has, Box with 5, 4 for PJ, EV, and DX, STR with 3. So is the case with Y'all, PBE and Aura with 2, 1 for Infinity, but Infamous, MRPX, and 21 Infinity with 0 for themselves. Infamous going down with 0, Aura with 2. I mean, all these teams who have given so much in the, quarterfinals, who have proven so much in the quarterfinals, going down at an early stage is something that actually makes me think about all these invited teams in the semifinals itself. But it's just the start. It's just the second match that we are talking about. It's just the group A, and it's just the day 1. Day 2 and day 3 will be more and more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as I guess day gets passed, we are going to see a lot of progressive and a very calculative amount of fights coming in. But YOODO Alliance, the way they traveled from the open vicinity, it was just something that backfired onto them. And this is the guy that I was talking about. He did a 1v3 onto that particular team known as YOODO Alliance, and at the end, the output was just so favorable for them. And at that point, I guess Stronger XFL also decided to push forward into the particular perspective, and they also lost one good player of that particular team, which was not bound to happen. But eventually, look at the DB shot that is going to connect, and yeah, there you go, another one, but takes the player down who went out way too quickly. And at the end, we had a very beautiful crouch jiggle shot coming in from Stronger XFL. But at the end, yeah, they survived, but not for a later time period because again, while rotating, they had rotational clashes, and that actually took them apart. PJ on the other corner also tried to be very dominating, but BN United, I mean, they started it off in this particular angle where they took off one of the biggest giant known as PJ, and after that the BTR got contested from their corner. PLAYBOOK Esports also got contested. So yes, multiple teams were taken down by BN United. VOIN Esports, if I talk about them, kudos to their first because yes, they are struggling, but at the same point they are trying to be very fruitful in this matchup as well. Look at the spray that came in Evans in amidst of this kind of pressure. That guy was so successful while taking on the player which was actually on the back ends. But obviously, as I said, having a 1v4 situation in your favor is something that can't be done in the later stages of the zone if you don't have the right covers, and that's exactly what was missing for VOIN Esports. And at the end, this nade was just so on point. Look at that, the heap took the player down, tried to open up his scope, but at the same point the sprays were so precise from the other team. And there you go, BN United exactly the similar amount of points to what the other team has got known as DXavier, and all the teams which have got the chicken dinner, to be precise, there are just two. Man United and DXavier has secured the first and second position respectively. Semnan on the other corner 17. Bigetron's Red Villains, despite of the fact that they are struggling, they are still having 15 amazing points, which is again very good. Alright, Sports with 15 as well. MORPH GFX this time just 13 points. And remember, guys, in the previous matchup they had somewhere around 13 points. In this match they had 13 points. That means not even a single point for MORPH GFX, and yeah, they are struggling to be consistent.
Well, they definitely are. Onto the second page, if I talk about, we have Voodoo Alliance with 10, Wine with 8, Box Gaming with 7, Infamous with 6, Stronger XFL with 3, Playbook Esports with 2, Team Infinity with 1, and Infinity IQ with 0 onto their name. 2 matches are done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen, and all these teams, if they haven't made their way up to at least 5 or 6 points, I feel it is going to be a sign of danger. But Levis comes up on the top as the hashtag 1 with 8 eliminations. We have Cleon on the second position with 7. We have one from Sem 9. That's going to be Rill with 5, Genforce with 5, and Snappy with 4. These are the top 5 fraggers that we have in the semifinals itself. But to remember, in the grand finals, we are going to have a lot of switches made when it comes down to the overall standing, when it comes down to the match rankings, and also when it
Yeah.
comes down to the MVP of this series.
Definitely, we'll get to see some new faces. That's for sure. Because again, for now, Infinity is unable to perform 21 and 50. They were also going out way too quickly. So I believe at the later stages of the tournament, we will see some amazing changes in the exchange. Or Infinity is going to perform. Players like we are one of those players who are known to give a very harsh comeback in the lobby. PJ, if I talk about them, they are struggling. And if I talk about one esports, despite of their effects, they are struggling a lot. But after a quick short break, we'll talk about the match number 3 of the semi-finale for now, and that will be in the map of Erangel. So let's take a quick short break so that we can analyze on the back ends as well that what might happen in the next match.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are so happy to welcome you guys back with our upcoming match of Erangel. Yeah, Erangel and Miramar. One set is already done and dusted, and now we are looking forward to the second set of Erangel and Miramar. After which, we will be heading towards the map of Sanhok. But as we always promise you that we'll be back after a quick short break, we always do come up with that. A quick short break is all that we need, and we are right back again with that same energy to actually witness the map of Erangel. But again, coming down to Erangel, it's gonna be amazing. What is your call on that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. First of all, let's have a look at the flight path in order to see how the fights will unfold. It is starting from the northern flanks. It is starting from Severny and between the Stalber region. The flight path comes in. The Yasna Polan is in the picture. We have Rozok. We have School Aparts and School Main Building. Along with that, Puchinki Farm Shelter, prison, mansion, multiple areas are like that are actually in a close by vicinity. So definitely, I believe at that point the clash will be there over there. But eventually, one of my favorite places to jump in is going to be the Sosnovka military base, and definitely it is in the picture. So I would love to see which particular team is going to go over there. But no Ripnoi. Again, we did saw in the first match some kind of a clash coming up over there. We did saw two other teams jumping in that vicinity. So in this matchup, again, things like that can actually happen, but we have Infamous jumping towards the Milta region. They will be definitely going to go towards Milta or maybe Milta Power if the situation demands. On the hindsight, if we talk about VOIN, their favorable location is Ferry Pier, but in order to reach out to that place, they had to glide a lot or maybe get some good vehicles. And at that point, the clash is going to be something which is again going to be there. BN United trying to go for the Nova Ripney region. We have a MORPH GPX which is going to go for the military base. And also, if I talk about Infinity, well, they're also jumping in a very safe spot. I don't know what is happening, but it feels like that Infinity's player is actually going to jump at the very end of the particular play zone, or should I say flight path to be precise. But when it comes to the play zone, mansion, shelter, and these areas between prison is going to be the heart of this particular cycle, and it does feel like that again. Eastern flank is going to come in, which can actually come down to areas like shelter or prison in the later stages. But yes, in the Asna Poliana, we do have a very, very big, amazing clash coming in between PJ, between STRxFL, and along with that, we do have another set of amazing teams trying to fight back at that point. So I would love to see what kind of a result is going to get implicated over there. But BN United, after securing that 19 points of a bomber as a chicken dinner team in the second match of this semi-finale, I believe they are here to put up a consistent streak in their formation. And if that does not happen, again, some new team is going to dethrone them.
Well, definitely, Yasna Poliana is the reason is the region that I am looking forward to right now. I mean, the amount of fights that we are going to witness there, and who is the one who is going to make it till the last, who is the one who is going to survive till the last is still a question. STRxFL, Stronger FL is what the team is right now. All the four players surviving, trying to have their hands on everything that they get. So is the case with PJEV. We also have them in the nearby compounds. It's not just about both of these teams, but there's a third team also which comes into the play. So these teams, they need to be very, very careful. And if I'm not wrong, that's the sides of Team Box Gaming. Oh, so Box Gaming, here's the thing. Box Gaming has a drop clash in Miramar as well as Erangel. Both of these maps, they definitely have some initial fights happening, initial drop clashes happening, which is gonna be very, very difficult. But PJEV, the way they've been moving further, the way they've been trying to go in further, it is gonna get them into a very difficult situation. BN United, they've started off the fights as well. STR is looking forward to have one with PJEV, but who is gonna come up on the top. On the other sides, BN United, I guess they started off things by putting one player down. Not sure on who that player was, but again, yeah, first blood. Look, that's the player from BN United. PJEV, one player goes down. That has to be Stronger XFL starting things off to take one player down. But Zaxi and his position is something that just might put STR into a lot of difficulties. But here's the thing now. That Zaxi has went in for some sprays. His location also gets compromised out there. Red face also gets compromised. All of the locations are up here with the sides of STR, BN, and PEB having a complete different fight onto the other sides. PJEV has lost one of their players. The other one is down to the ground. That directly means two casualties and two surviving players, Raider.
Well, yeah, indeed, the survival are looking good, but eventually at the end, if I talk about PJ, once again they're losing two good, amazing players of the particular team. And at the other corner, we have no Ripnui fights coming in, and we can see Playbook Esports is struggling out of it. And PN United, the team which secured the previous chicken dinner, is again trying to make a momentum, is again trying to break I guess synergy coming in between the other team known as Playbook Esports. ES2R has been taken down. If we talk about Monboy, he's struggling. If we talk about Draymond, he's again going up a very beautiful lead. Let's see if it impacts or not. But we do have a very good idea of where the sprays are going to come in from. He's going to take one down. He's going to completely finish him off, and that is going to be a complete game changer fight coming in this particular scenario. Redface also retaliates. Oh, that nade! What a beautiful answer to the nades coming in from Playbook Esports is that. Like Porsche, once again, another nade is going to get cooked up, but the player has an idea. So look at him. He's standing on the tower. He's actually prone down on the tower to be precise, but from the towers he can provide a very beautiful flank angle, and also he can provide all the information that is required. Because obviously now Moonberg can't actually move. Because he moves, he's going to get spotted from the tower, and if he actually is going to stay here, he's going to get taken down just like that. And look at him. So's despite of the fact that he was 203 meters away from this particular actual fight, but he still gets a frag. That's a good moment for him. On the hindsight, yes, losing one good player is not something that he really wanted to go with. STRxFL, after getting one player as a knockout, they were able to just bring him back. The name is RefuseFL, who is still back in the fight. PJF, yes, they're struggling, but at the same point, they are being very, very, I guess, shaky. But if I talk about the whole formation of the rotations, I guess Stronger XFL is one of those teams who knows that if a fight is just getting prolonged a lot, we should rotate. We should rotate to a safer haven where the fights might be coming up, and we can set up a defensive perimeter. And that's why that is particular team who is still there in the let's say 13th position. That is why the kills are not that much. So I would love to see how their kills are going to increase. But on the hindsight, if we're talking about Team Infinity, as I said, BR11 is one of those players who can actually table turn, who can actually make the teams very, very well built, and I believe I'm definitely going to look after that. But Box Gaming, let's see what they're going to do. Ponji, we have got players like Gosu, we have players like Namcute, and both of them triple take was something that I was expecting from their particular perspective from the last two matches, but eventually it is not coming in. So I believe maybe in this particular match, there is going to be a very tough retaliation from Team Box Gaming as well. Sem9 also coming very close to a chicken dinner, but eventually getting taken down in the previous matchup was something that they were not expecting. And also VOIN is also in a close by vicinity, so we might see some fights. But for now, as we were expecting, the Erangel map is just going to be filled with a lot of passive plays initially, and in the later stages, we will see some fights as well.
It's just the stage one, right? It's still the stage one, and the players are just preparing themselves for something bigger and something better. Right now, if they indulge themselves into fight, they know that they will firstly go down early, and even if they take down player, that's going to be a loss, a lot of problems that they face in the upcoming scenarios. So it's pretty obvious that they need to be careful for a period of time. On the other side, Bigetron, are they trying to take down all the vehicles that come up on their way so that no one else has the opportunity? Well, no, there are the players of Voodoo Alliance near to them, and that's the reason we do hear some exchange of bullets all around. But I don't think they are actually gonna find any one from them as well. Voodoo Alliance, they prefer staying a bit safer at this point of time, and just trying to be a bit away, as play zone is something which has been prioritized the most right now. I mean, everyone you look around will be trying to find themselves a good position inside the play zone. Yasna Palyana, we talked about it so much, but still we don't know what is exactly happening. BTR finds one from the sides of Sem9 and puts them down initially. Tam was going in for a revival, but his location also gets compromised, so reviving his teammate is going to be very, very difficult. Now BTR has already decided to close in, and that's going to be a big problem for the sides of Sem9 players. One more player is down to the ground. Now it's all down to the two surviving players. There goes a grenade from Lapar, but will that find a connection is still the question. Boy is as well prepared there, and Boy goes in for a grenade, finds one on a Sem9, and that is gonna put him down. He gets the tag of Grenadier, but Sem9, do they get completely eliminated? YOODO Alliance is also getting tagged from D Xavier, if I'm not wrong. Sem9, it's still just one last player who is yet surviving. YOODO Alliance on the other side, one player is down to the ground. Sem9 gets completely eliminated. They are not even gonna bear one single player. They are just gonna take him out and eliminate him completely. But that's not the end of the fight. We have one between YOODO Alliance and D Xavier happening onto the other sides, and look how close the players already are. None of them have lost any one of them, so it has to be a proper 4v4 fight that comes into play. But again, here's the thing, any one team finding the opening will be going in for a close in as well.
Yeah, definitely. If they get their opening, they can easily maintain that pressure and eventually just push forward and get this whole squad down and dusted. But as we can see in the mini map, or should I say, in the whole picture of the particular map, that BTR is pretty close to YOODO lands, and they're pretty close to Team DXAV as well. So all the three teams which are trying to struggle at this point, maybe it is going to invite some more teams into the particular picture, because we can see Aura Esports rotating back from Potato Hill, and it's not that far away from the vicinity where the fights are already going on. At the same point, if I talk about VOIN and Team Infinity, they're also trying to be in a tussle. If I talk about MORPH GPX, we will see a fight between them and BN United as well pretty soon, because both of those teams are trying to rotate back to the main front area, that is going to be the Celta region. And in order to be here, they have to cross a bridge, and that will be the no replay bridge, which is again going to be filled with a clash between those two guys. But I would love to see at the end what kind of a picture is going to get unfolded, because DXAV, look at them, they're slamming in the same exact compound where Team BTR is already holding up to. BTR, maybe they are also falling back at the same point, and yes, that's exactly what is happening. They're completely going to bail away from the scene because they do know that there is going to be a clash-like situation coming in. BN United, again, Max LV is one of those players who has been taken down. The team which secured the chicken dinner, the team which secured the 4 amazing facts for now by after taking the playbook esports. Actually, those amazing points are something which again can create a lot of pressure on teams like the BN United. But let's see at the end what will happen over there as well. As we can see, BN United is in a tussle. They have got 4 amazing finishes. Yes, one good player is actually over there on the towers, but he will be moving forward very soon. But what is happening to 21 and FT? Again, that particular team goes out of the equation at 14th position. Nothing fruitful for them will come in, but Lapper has been taken down coming from BIGETRON's Red Villain. Again, and not a very good side to watch out with. But Morph Leon, he's not going to leave behind the knockout that was there. He's going to completely finish him off so that they have the upper hand in this particular fight. But Lapar, is he still going to get the revival? I do feel like that yes, the revival is going to come in because his teammate is pretty close to him. And once the revival is done and dusted, maybe YOODO Lance is going to fight back against them, or it could be maybe Infamous Esports also, which is in a very close gap. And Infamous Esports, if they try to wreak havoc onto the particular team which is already there, so I guess if that happens, maybe Bigatron will have a very good chance to come up with a third party and eliminate the DXavier, which is at the second position for now in the leaderboard. But I'm happy to see like BN United performing the way they are performing for now. They've already got some decent facts in their favor. YOODO Lance Flex is about to get taken on just one more bullet. That could be it. One more bullet, but the gun goes on reload and he fails to connect that last bullet that was really needed. That was really essential. But those smokes are coming in. That means he do know that if the player chooses the buggy to rotate with, he's going to take him down. And that's why the back tire has been busted. So that obviously the rotations are something which is going to be very, very difficult for YOODO Lance. But maybe through these smokes, his teammate is going to come and he's going to pick him up. And that's exactly what is happening for now.
Oh, well, yes, definitely that is going to be the case for now. Aura on the other sides, they have all of their 4 players surviving, and they do hear a lot of vehicle sounds around. That is the sides of Team Void for now. Look at that. Snappy is just waiting for that right opportunity. He doesn't want to strike in right now because he knows that if he does that, it's going to be the entire team into a lot of problems. Plus, they aren't sure of how many players are there around. Or, I mean, Snappy is just going in for scouting those players out there. And you see, there's one player, the vehicle is being spotted, and oh! That was a very precise connection. Maxi is not the best of the decision of roaming out here. Gets punished from the sides of Snappy, shuts him down. And look how precise Snappy is. He finds one player, he shuts him down. I mean, he puts him down first, he deletes him, and he goes back towards his teammate. That was such a great play made. Genius is coming back to them again. I feel all of the 4 players are for now surviving. They're looking forward to have a proper location for themselves inside the play zone. And oh no. Mansion, Shelter, Milta, Prison. Now, the entire one side of this play zone, that's going to be Mansion, Shelter, and Milta, is up with so many teams. And look at the side of Prison, it is completely open. So, the teams that are rotating, I feel is that's STR, if I'm not wrong, that's rotating towards the side of Prison and going towards that area will be at a safer side for now because they have ample amount of space to actually go and sit down. But the team was still making it wait from the sides of Yasnaya Polyana towards the play zone. Man, you guys are very, very late because look how chaotic the play zone already is. Look how so many players have already made their way inside the play zone. DX Xavier has the best of that position, but just for now, because Here's the thing, DX Xavier, if they come out from the right side, they have players. If they come out from the left side, they still have players. STR trying to push in, trying to pressurize the players, finds one, but that's all about it, and are not able to convert any more onto the safer side. But STR making their way inside the play zone is going to put a lot of pressure on Wendy as well. Look at how many shots he's connected onto himself. He's finding himself low. He needs to patch himself up, but so is the case with Box. They are trying to rotate and they are getting shot down at the same time.
Yeah, there was a possibility for a moment where the boxes Namcute has been taken down, but eventually what about stronger XFL? Look at that. One good shot. That's all we need at this point. And those mini 14 tap shots are something which is actually working out way too fluently. Refuse actually has been taken down. That means stronger XFL are not at a very good spot. And this is an opportunity where Team Box can either find a very good safe haven in this particular circle, or maybe just push forward and get those eliminations and snatch the position that stronger XFL has got. So that's exactly what they're trying to do. They have spotted the player. The players which are falling back are right in front of them. So let's see how the whole situation gets carried away, because these 13 teams, 46 players are off to a very good competition, to be honest. But Gosu, Yui finds the elimination of that player who was kind of seeking the revival, and that was the first ever elimination for Team Box Gaming in this particular matchup of Erangel. Remember, guys, this is the last match of Erangel for the day. After that, you will get to see only a Miramar, and then the trump card Sanhok will be coming in. Popeye, that means Aura Esports is also receiving some good damn shots onto their faces. But PJV, let's see what they can do, because this is a 2v2 type of situation coming in where Genesis is just going to completely bail out from the stands. I was not expecting this, that Genesis is going to bail out, but when you have an information that their teammates are already having a very good safe haven in the circle, then you can easily rotate back. It's very good. It's always better to just rotate back in the circle rather than take up a fight outside the circle, because then again, guys, PUBG is a beautiful game which is more and more dependent on the survival based scenario. So again, it's a survival based gameplay. You have to survive, and in order to survive, yes, you might have to take down some good players, but when it comes to the survival in the leaderboard, you have to do both. You have to survive till the top positions, you have to get the kills as well, so that you can have the larger share of the leaderboard points in your favor, as we saw Stronger doing that in the yesterday's matches. So I would love to see how all of those things are going to get unfolded in this particular matchup, because again, Stronger is still surviving. They're still living up to the charm. They've got the 3-man power. I still have hopes that this team is going to build some beautiful synergy and have some beautiful fights. But at the same point, we should not neglect the fact that this day is not the quarter finale, and the teams that are being here are not the quarterfinals one. We have some invited names. We have some amazing qualified names, and that is obviously going to add up a notch of the competition, and that's why I guess Stronger XFL is still struggling. They just have 5 points, that's all. And that's exactly what they had in the quarter finale. Initially, they had 5, 6 amazing 7 points, but late in the later stages, in the last few days, the way they performed was so amazing. But Red Face, yes, he gets taken down. Not just that, Box Gaming is going to rip apart the last player as well. That's Zuxi, and with that, PJV has been taken down. I don't know, man. The qualifications of that team is just looking bleaker and bleaker, but should not, I guess, lose the hopes, because at this point, somewhere around 12 more matches are left.
Well, yes, 12 more matches are left for qualification from here on, but under the sides of MORPH, they are making their way inside the play zone. BTR, they find themselves with one player down, and there has to be the sides of Aura who are investing themselves into this fight. Aura, if they make it alive out of this fight, it has to be a really good one for them, as they are finding the big giants out here. That's going to be BTR. One player is completely eliminated with 3 finishes at the sides of BTR. Do have to work around with. I guess coming into this zone with just 3 alive players is a very, very bad deal. And now YOODO Alliance. Oh, that DBS. He finds one. He just not shuts him down, but completely eliminates him. Morph, not the best of the decision for one player to go such a further approach. I mean, look at that. He just went so close to that player that he shut him down with that DBS, and he completely eliminated him. YOODO Alliance, Flax is definitely done and dusted for this map of Erangel, but we'll be soon seeing him in the map of Miramar that is coming our way in the upcoming stages. But STR onto the other side, they are getting shot down here. They are getting few shots onto that buggy as well. The vehicle might just go down, but no, for now, it's definitely at a safer side. Box Gaming have called off this fight, and so is the case with STR. So both of these teams, they need to make sure to get alive into the play zone ASAP. But Infamous comes out of the play, and this entire fight finishes the sides of STR. It all started with STR having a fight with Box Gaming, and Infamous going in for a third party. Now, what is gonna STR do from here on? Because first things first, they've been caught off guard. Second things, they are outside the play zone. Third things, healings is
Oh,
not that too much. But that one player, he goes down due to play zone bomb. Why would you do that? But so is the case with the players of
Ah,
STR. What is going on? You do have the you do have the health kit, you do have those bandages, but still you're going down
oh
to the
man,
play
look at
zone.
this.
Morph going down due to vehicle explosion. Three knocks in three different way. Wine going in for some good grenades on the sides of YOODO, shutting them down completely. Raider, I did not expect this to happen. I mean, I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, nobody did. Actually, nobody did because yes, you can see the kill feed and you won't be able to read the name to be honest because every second there is a player who is falling either to his knees or a complete wipeout. And there you go. One more team gets taken down. That's MORPH GPX who has been eliminated. The team who secured 9 good eliminations, 10 good eliminations in the previous map of Erangel. But in this match, all they had was just some decent amounts of frags. That's all we can say at this point. STRxFL on the other corner is still somewhere there with 5 points. That's all, and they have been eliminated. So again, not a very good situation for them. Infinity is trying to fight out. Infinity has got the full four-man power. This could be the match where Infinity can have a chicken dinner, and I'm definitely looking forward to counter that. But let's see what happens. Okay, Infinity does have just 3 players. But okay, in the live feed, I guess those things have not been covered up. Infamous, if I talk about them, VOIN Esports, they are struggling. Infamous is getting the upper hand out of it. And there you go. Ranked finds one more elimination for the team. And in total, they have got 3 good eliminations. They are in the top 9. They have to be in at least top 3 positions if they can. If they are definitely looking forward to have a very big chunk of this particular POI. But 7 Bulls, Zables to be precise, has got the UMP 45, takes one down. That was a very good peek and fire. But is it enough? I don't feel like that it's going to be enough. But has got the monster trucks and stuff like that. He's going to just completely sit in it. But at the same point, he's going to get spotted. I feel like that. And yes, he gets spotted because he sprays down the player. And with that open top UAs, once again a rotations is coming in. But I don't know. Will this play be fruitful? I feel like that not at all. Because they have to travel for a very long distance. What? Okay, okay, that's fun.
Ah,
A knocked out player is sitting in the vehicle. That's kind of something unique to do. And he's going to carry him away in the circle in a very beautiful dip where he can revive his teammate. What a beautiful strategy that was, my mate. But yes, now he's going to bring him back to the glorified fights. He's going to bring him back in the top 3 situations as well. DXavier also is about to get taken down because Lamborghini has been slayed and the other players are also struggling. 3 good players of that particular team are surviving. But Levi's is trying to fight back boxes. Gosu has been taken down. Genesis is trying to retaliate. But look at that. Some more space are going to be there. But still, DXavier having the hard cover is the best asset that they could have at this point. But Namcute, you have to remember, you are
uh-oh.
in the 5th zone. You're trying to rotate, but you won't be able to because remember, in the circle we have BIGETRON, but it is done by DXavier as well. And yeah, another big elimination comes in. We are left with just 6 teams and 18 good players are still surviving. Another spray goes in and another one falls.
Oh, so many players faltering here and down. Now that we are left with the Xavier, BTR, Aura, Genesis, Infamous, and Infinity, I am very keen to know that who comes up on the top. Big monsters, big name, big giants all around. But who comes up on the top is still the question. 5 teams and 15 alive players. But Aura finds one on Infinity, and I feel it's done for Infinity as well. Aura Snappy, he needs to make his way inside the play zone. He is outside and he's been shot down so much by the other players out there. They are being completely compressed from all these sides. You look left, right, everywhere you'll see them being summed up with enemies all around. They need to be very, very careful. They've already been, no, they aren't outnumbered yet, but Infinity is definitely outnumbered. 2 players are down to the ground and they are still trying to patch themselves up. But with the positioning that the player Shorty is holding, it can be a real help for the players of Infinity, because if Aura tries to push in or go in, I guess Shorty is the one who will be able to shut him down for the angle that this man is been holding. So Aura, not being greedy this time, will find Snape in the vehicle itself and trying to rotate, but it's better to stick with those teammates out there rather than going in for solo plays right now, because that might just be very, very risky. 4 teams and 14 alive players, ladies and gentlemen, and we have no idea on who is going to come up on the top. Aura is definitely looking good, but with that, one player goes down from Aura and gets completely, no, it isn't completely yet eliminated. So they do have that chance of revival for themselves, but will they be able to do that is still a big, big question. Infinity have patched all the players up and now are looking back to rotate out of that position. I'll give all those credit to Shorty, because the way that player was holding that position, it was just looking so, so good. Aura Esports again trying to rotate, trying to go in for a good positioning, but will they be able to find one Raider?
I do feel like that the struggle is going to be just maximized because again, players like Aura's like hands for you is just so amazing. He has done multiple 1v4s in the quarter finale. Now, yeah, I do remember the fact that this is the semifinals and obviously the competition is something unreal. But I guess we can expect at least a 1v2 from his corner. But before that happens, Snape has been taken down, and there you go, hands for you pops out, takes down Beer. He's going to finish him off. Again, a 1v2 could be coming in. But before that happens, Omsel from the back end. I was not expecting that. A beautiful DB shot will be getting connected, but we have DO3 still surviving wing, and he also gets taken down. No idea whatsoever. But what was that? Oh my god,
Third
Infinity has
party.
been played. Infinity has been taken down. A beautiful third party by BTR, I believe. That was there. But the Xavier, they are still surviving. BTR has got an idea how they can take down the players. But yes, it's going to be a very big challenge. Oh, has been taken down, but BTR is also struggling. This is an opportunity for a comeback coming from the Xavier because remember, guys, 17 good points from that particular team, and that was the irony. To be precise, guys, the fact is, in the first match of Erangel, again, these were the last two teams surviving. BTR was the one which was taken down, and exactly that is what is looking forward to happen by the same team who took them apart in the first match of the Erangel. It is just so amazing to see a play like that. 2v3, 2v4 type of situation. 2v3 to be precise is going to be the situation that we are looking up to. And Bigetrons, yes, they are struggling because they don't have any kind of angle to exploit with. Multiple nades, multiple smokes, all the utils are getting just dumped over there. You can clearly see how the nades are faltering down. But that DB shot could connect, and yes, indeed it does. It's a 1v2 situation, and he's going to finish him off. And now it is going to be a 2v2. But before that happens, another DB shot gets connected, and it's done, mate. The Xavier secures another beautiful chicken dinner coming in into the game. And I believe with that, they are going to have at least 41 points in the overall standings because send for the chicken, obviously. And eventually, if you talk about the twin for elimination, that was just so amazing. What a amazing play! What amazing play from the corner. Like I was expecting a lot of amazing fights coming in from Aura's perspective, but all of a sudden, Aura was stuck in a very beautiful third party, and Bigetron took the advantage out of it. But at the end, we have to remember the fact that Bigetron is again going to get slayed by the team known as the Xavier. That's exactly what happened in the previous angle, if you guys remember. Again, the elevation factor came into the play, and the irony is, Darshita, that once again the elevation factor was there because Bigetron was stuck in the shelter, which was again in the lower areas, and they had to come up. They have to come out of that particular region. Exactly what Bigetron faced in the previous matchup as well. And if I talk about the Xavier, they had the clear perspective of having just one opening in that particular shelter, and they had to just shoot on the players over there, and that's exactly what they did. They were so fruitful out of it. Yeah, enjoyed the way the competition went out. But moving forward, let's talk about the whole situation. Like I guess we are going to pretty soon see the overall standing as well, which is again going to give us a beautiful idea of how it all started and how the competition is just going to get escalated. Because the fact is, again, I was so impressed to see the way DXavier performed, but kudos to the way Bigetron also survived in the game. Or on the other corner was again trying to be very, very consistent when it comes to their plays, but we do know that it's just not easy to just make the tables turn, have the advantage in your favor, and that's exactly what shivered down the spines of that particular team known as Aura Esports. And Aura Esports was taken down Bigetron. By Bigetron, if I talk about them, yes, they tried to struggle, they tried to gain some good, amazing points into their favor, but at the end, it was indeed the team D Xavier who took the upper hand in their favor. So with that, yes, the game is done and dusted, and eventually the second chicken dinner in the same map is by D Xavier. What a play from their corner.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, you would have seen me thinking so much about what exactly happened in the entire batch, right? You just have had seen me so much into thinking. But dear Xavier, yes, with a total of 20 for themselves, they have it here. With a
Uh-huh.
total of 14, it's BTR, Aura, and Infinity with 11. Infamous with 9, BN with 5, Box and VOIN with 4 for themselves, Geniuses with 3, YOODO Alliance with 2, STR with 2, MORPH and PBE with 1. That's PJEV 21 Infinity once again, and SEM 9 with just 0. I mean, I did not actually expect these teams to go down onto 0, but still, it is what it is, and that's how the entire map panned out to be. The map of Miramar is something that I'm still awaited on to, but again, coming back to this overall standing, I'm really excited to see on what total points DX Xavier is for now.
I feel like that the Xavier is going to have at least 41 points. That's what my calculations are, but maybe I'm wrong. But eventually, if I talk about BTR, 14 amazing points from the corner, Aura with 11, as you
Yeah.
said, Infinity with 11 points as well. But if I talk about the teams which are least fruitful, that was SEM9. to infinity, 21 NFT, I believe. And eventually, if we talk about PGF, yes, that is again another set of amazing team which was just going out way too early. Let's talk about that fight between Sem9 and Bigetron. Like, it all started in the areas beyond the Milta and Shelter. And eventually, the fight was just so chaotic that we did saw Bigetron also falling short of breath. And Sem9 as a whole was taken down. But that racing, that's why I say, like, even in Erangel, even in Sanhok, if you are in a vehicle, just don't be comfortable because somebody is there who is going to just pinpoint precise you out of the equation, and that's exactly what happened to MORPH as well. Like, they were trying to rotate through the vehicle, and every now and then, whenever MORPH comes up with a vehicle, they were getting picked off one by one, and that's why I believe MORPH GPX was unable to survive in this particular matchup for a long period of time. And on the hindsight, we did saw VOIN also coming up with a 1v1, but after that, he gets taken down. But the play that Aura was coming up with was so amazing. But Infinity, all of a second, all of a sudden they had the highest manpower, and all of a sudden they just fall down between Aura and also the other team known as a Bigetron. So a beautiful third party came in, and you can clearly see how Bigetron took the advantage from the back end. But at the end, Umpire also was taken down. So Bigetron not just backstabbed one team, but another team was also taken down from their perspective. And this DB shot was just so fluent. And the irony is, again, those two teams fought against each other, which had the previous experience of a fight in the Erangel. But DXaver exactly at 21 points. Bigetron Red Villains, despite of the fact that they don't have any single chicken dinner. But I'm happy to see they are trying to be consistent. On an average, 9 to 10 points in every single match. That's what we really need. Talking about the new point distribution system, that's exactly what you should do. If you play 5 matches, have 50 points in your favor, and then you will be in the top 3 positions at least. And that's what really matters for now, because we are in the semifinals. It's all about the qualifications. You have to be in the top 14. And on the hindsight, when you talk about the grand finals, which will start after, let's say, 2 or 3 days later, at that
Yeah.
point, maybe the teams are going to focus more on the first position. But for now, it's all about the top 14 positions, and that's where STRxFL is still making their way.
They definitely are on 5 points for now, but I feel they'll make that comeback very soon. Box Gaming with 11, and so is the case with PERSIJA EVOS. Voodoo Alliance with 12, so is the case with VOIN Team, Infinity as well. Infinity IQ down with 0 is something I actually don't expect. I mean, come on, it's been 3 matches already, right? And Infinity IQ, they've been going off so early. Playbook Esports 3, Stronger XFL with 5. I mean, these teams, they need to step up right now, because if they don't,
Right.
it is going to be very difficult for them. Talking about the top fraggers for now, Levis again on the #1 with 12
Mm-hmm.
elimination. We have a player from BTR, that's Gen First with 8 under his name. We have Cleon with 7, Snappy with 6, and Rill from Sem 9 out of 5 eliminations. 5, 6, 7, 8, that's completely fine. But Levis is sitting up there with 4 extra fags, and that is to be total of 12 for him. So I feel DX Xavier, the way they've been, actually playing, it is looking good for them, Reader.
Yeah, definitely. The Xavier is trying to be consistent, and they do know that they have a very good, clear insight of fighting back in Erangel. So they're just trying to be fruitful in that particular map. If you fight back in Erangel, if you get 2 chicken dinners in Erangel's map, and after that, if you try to be just consistent, like maybe get 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 points in your favor in the rest remaining Miramar and also in Sanhok, I believe you are one of those teams which is for sure going to be on top. And at this point, as I've emphasized enough time, that this is one of those situations where you just have to qualify. Yes, being on top is obviously going to create a mental pressure on other teams when we go to the grand finals. But yeah, being in the top 14 is the main goal, and we'll see which are the other teams which are going to be in the top 14 after the fourth match gets over. But in order to see that, we'll take a quick short break. So yeah, guys, after a short break, we'll be back with the map of Miramar. And here we are. Match number 4 of the semi-finale is going to get started. My name is Reda. Along with me, we have Darshita on the desk. And yes, we are going to enjoy the clash once again in the map of Miramar because again, I still remember what happened in the previous Miramar. The nays coming in from Sem 9, the one before that was about to happen from Sem 9's perspective, but eventually BN United had the stronger hold of that particular game, and that's why they were one of those teams which was just so fruitful in it. But eventually, the fact is, BN United was not that fruitful when it comes to the first match of Erangel and the second match of Erangel. That means, again, just like the team D Xavier, another team is there who has a strong forte in one particular map. The other maps has to be consistent, like at least 5 to 6 months is what we are looking at, so that you
Yep.
can be in the top 5 positions. But at the end, yeah, top 14 positions. That's what we are looking at to get qualified. And also, guys, you are going to see another set of amazing teams tomorrow as well. Like basically, Group B is going to come in, but then Group C is also going to come in. So all of that situation combined, I believe the 32 teams, approximately 32 teams that we are going to see in this particular scenario are going to be full of a lot of clashes and the leaderboard will change rapidly. So in order to, I guess, compensate with it, teams have to give their best and maybe survive in the top 5 in their own group so that at the end when the leaderboard gets combined, you are still there in the top 14 positions. So that's why this match number 4 is again going to be very, very crucial. And for a fact, last 2 matches for the day are left right now. And yes, maybe at the end we are going to see some other team surviving at the top positions. For example, if we talk about the current scenario, it is D Xavier, but maybe changes will be coming in after this match happens. So yeah, the flight path again very interesting, starting from prison, going all the way to Torre Amada. A very good location to jump in, but at the end, when we talk about the clashes, again I feel like the Monteno is going to be there with the clash. But what is happening? Infinity is jumping over there, but BTR decides that they are not going to jump in that vicinity. I guess stronger sense of a, let's say, calculative approach is going to come in from BTR's perspective. That's impressive.
Oh, well, yes, that definitely has to be interesting. But again, drop clashes is something that I'm looking forward to because we've been seeing a lot in this specific map of Miramar. I mean, when I say a lot, I actually emphasize it more and more because it has been happening again and again. Montenuva is the location to look out for. It's going to be Infinity who is having a drop clash there. On to the other side, if I talk about the play zone, a fair play zone again with having Power Grid, Montenuvo, Chumashera, Los Leones, La Bendita, Minas Generals, Power Grid, Crater Fields, Water Treatment. All of these places are already inside the play zone. That means it's just one or two team that has to make their way inside the zone. Rest all the teams are really at a safer side for the very first stage itself. But yeah, again, when it comes down to the second stage or the third one, that's where things will eventually start changing. That's where things will actually pan out on who will come up on the top. But look at those areas of water treatment, power grid, and minas generals. Between that, we do see two or three teams. Rankin, I feel there's going to be one player very near to him. STR is also finding enemies all set besides them, so the start is going to be very, very interesting.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The start is going to be very, very interesting, as you said, because of the fact, as we were recalling it, like the clashes are there. But maybe at this point, the clashes are also going to get avoided because we do have 16 teams, 63 players. So the players are a bit more serious at this point because they do know 3 good matches have been passed. All of the times where they try to gel with the lobby is done and dusted. Infamous and Sem9 are once again in a fight. And I do feel like that Infamous can have the upper hand because Sem9 is one of those teams which is still struggling when it comes to their utils and the loots. Although they have got the scars, but look at the ranked has got a beautiful AK in the backpack, and also for the cross-quarter combat, he has got the micro OG, so that maneuvers are going to be a bit more swift. But on the hindsight, if we talk about the opponent, he has also got the same exact gun. But the fact is, the secondary weapon is not that good because he has got the Mini 14. Those trap shots can be fatal, but eventually, if the precision is there, then only. But Genesis, trust me, is actually making me trust him because of the sprays that he's coming up with, the Thompson that he's got. Another player has been taken down. It's a ranked is going to have the uplifting of taking down 2 good players. But at the end, Infamous loses that champ of a player who was able to take down 2 good players of this particular team known as M9. And look at this formation. Both of the players which were standing tall were reviving their own teammates, and that is why the slam that might come in from Infamous might not work because M9 is back on their feet. All the 4 guns are pretty much pointed towards them, and that is why Infamous is just going to back out from the scenario.
Yep, definitely. YOODO Alliance on the other side, I'm looking forward to what plans do they have. I mean, look at the positioning that they are holding, and everyone knows that there are players around. Box Gaming, again, they always have a clash, in the drop locations that they prefer, and this time it's going to be the same. Genesis, yep, it is Genesis on the other side. It is Aura as well that is having a clash with Box. So 3 teams in one compound, which means a lot of entertainment for all of us. But these players, they are finding themselves into a pressurized scenario right now. This is the fourth map of the day, and after this, we are just left with one single map of Sanhok, which is no one's map. I mean, I am so confident in saying that no one comes up on the top saying that I have an upper hand in Sanhok, being the only reason that you never know who comes up on the top. You never know that which player will be going in for a heal battle, and no matter how much fight you put in, but that player won't be seen anywhere in the map, and it will just be so problematic. But coming back to STR, once again they've decided to wait, why is that one solo player left behind for the sides of Yudo? Is that the case? Refuse is, if that is the case, I feel Refuse is going to be at a very bigger problem, because look at Yudu Alliance right now and look at their positioning. One player gets caught off guard, might get punished, and might get completely eliminated as well. But in retaliation, it will be very difficult for STRxFL. Oh well, the vehicle is no.
Oh,
Is that a
the
direct slam
slamming.
in? Yeah, it is a
Yeah.
direct slam in that they are looking forward to a 3 versus 4 situation that is gonna be very vulnerable. STRxFL, the confidence level that these players have is something that you guys need to bow down for. But if they get this 3v4, I am just giving it to them already. But what has Yudo done? Look at that one player who took that vehicle, rotated off that
Oh,
position,
refuse.
Refuse, who was standing behind, gets caught off guard and goes down. STR, not the best of the decision that they are actually having. They've lost one of their players at a very early stage, and the other one goes down. Two players
Or
already
three
down. Make
players.
it three for now, and now it is just one last remaining player. What can he do? The answer is nothing, and the slam and that STR called for gets them eliminated for this map of Miramar, and it is the entire team surviving Raider. Do you think that Slamming was a really good decision?
Oh, not at all. And that too, when you have just 5 points in the leaderboard, you have lost four good matches. I don't think so. The slamming was a very good decision, and that's exactly what happened. And that too, slamming onto a team who has got their three players already configuring that particular compound. They knew where the slams could come in and how to actually impact themselves and also retaliate, and that's exactly what they did. But BTR on the other corner fighting man in the mountain region, yes, they were able to get one good kill, but after that, Genforce has been taken down. Maybe the revival is going to come in, or maybe not as well. I would love to see how that revival situation is going to work out for Genforce, because again, if he's back in the game, minded guys, he's going to pull up a very good performance, and that's exactly what is happening. I believe the revival is already about to be done. Infinity on the other corner is also struggling beyond those amazing elevated areas. But we have to remember that there is another team in the close by circuit. I don't know the name, but that team is actually going to pressurize a lot. That is MORPH GPX. Oh, that's interesting. But Infinity, yes, you struggle a lot. Oh, midair, he caught him. Genforce has been taken down. I thought for a moment that Genforce is going to take the player down, but no. Lobby retaliated, did a 1v2. Okay, it is Estes from the upper corner, from the MORPH GPX, who's actually getting that knockout. Not just that, Lobby has also been taken down. Ashati is also going to be a bit more pushy. He takes one more player down. That knockout was absolutely on point, but will he be able to completely finish off the player? That's a big question at this point. Has got the suppressed dual guns, that is UMP45, and also with that he has got the
Oh,
M4, but that jump shot was just so precise and on point. With that, Infinity's Om style is going to be the last man standing, the only ray of hope for the guys of team known as MORPH GPX. Oh, sorry, Infinity is going to be over there, but MORPH GPX on the other corners has got two amazing eliminations. Not just that, they've got all the four men standing. What more do you need from a fight?
oh well, yeah, definitely. What more do you need from a fight? But talking about Morph GFX for now, look at the positioning that they are having. They can actually pressurize BTR so much, and that's what they're exactly doing. BTR is just holding one specific compound, whereas Morph GPX has, the best of that positioning. So Rocky here can actually go in for one initial frag, and if he's able to capitalize over the same, I feel BTR is going to be into a lot of problems. But the decision from BTR to actually go a bit behind rather than aggressing more towards this fight has to be the most amazing one, because they know the height differentiate is something that just might bite them back here onwards. DX Xavier on the other side is also engaging into one more fight. There was a perfect pin grenade, and even one bullet is enough to take that player out from the equation. But will that be the case? DX Xavier, now they are into problems. They are getting suppressed, they are getting sprayed down, the vehicles are getting denied, they are getting destroyed, and the players need to make a decision. They need to make a call. One, it's just the stage one yet, and you see so much of chaos happening all around. Two teams. I mean, it's just one team that, I mean, being completely eliminated. STR, the way these players were eliminated, the way these players went in for a slam in, it just went against them, and that's where you can see them getting eliminated. They were already down on the hashtag 14th in the overall standings, and now they are not going to get anything out of this specific map. But DX Xavier, they definitely are getting one frag onto their name, and that's going to be Lamborghini who finds one, but that's not enough. They need to capitalize on taking the entire team out.
One more team is about to get taken down, and I do feel like that it could be Aura Esports because again, Power Grid is one of those areas where you can rotate back, where you can actually have a very good stronghold. But while rotating from this region, you will see a lot of teams which are going to be in a tussle. For example, look at Pompayer. He's already there in the San Martin region, already lost Snape, and with that, Pompayer is actually going to struggle over here. Has got a very open vicinity, but again, zone is there, so they might not have the trouble of, let's say, moving very rapidly. But 21 NFT, once again, they have been taken down. 21 NFT Infinity Esports has been completely picked off. Bigetron is fighting. We have MORPH GPX. We have, Team DXC also coming up in the close circuit in the Monte region. That means we have a fourth party as well. Four good teams in a small region of Monte Nuovo. Oh man, I'm definitely looking forward to see some beautiful clashes. But let's see what Lewis is going to do because he's one of those players who has saved in number of times his amazing team. And again, I would love to add on, Miramar is not a very good forte for Team DXAV. That's what we have seen in the previous IPs as well. But I'm looking forward to see how they're going to play along with it because boys still he has gotten inside. He's going to spray the player down, but eventually those tap shots are going to be there because then again, UMP45 is not a gun that you can use for the sprays. But yes, in the close quarter, this is one of beast. But yeah, the Xavier's players are completely going to fall back from the scenario. Some good sprays, some good shots. That's what we are looking at. But with this, definitely the position is also going to get revealed. Infinity's last man's panic is also here in the pretty much a close quarter vicinity. I guess he's got a very beautiful compound in his favor, and he's going to rely himself to be stuck over there. If I talk about DXavier, Lamborghini is going to be the last man standing of this team, which is still here in the Montenuo region. All the other players are already rooting out for the Elazar region or maybe some northern vicinities as well. MORPH GPX, they are still trying to come up with a tussle. They are still trying to tag out the player. But Box Gaming in the San Martin vicinity, we have Sem9 and Box going toe to toe. And yes, the shots are something which is just messing around. And Gosu with the SKS again is trying to come back with a very good output. But Gosu indeed himself is getting picked off. His helmet is not looking that good, to be honest.
Oh well, yeah, Gosu needs to keep himself on the safer side. His helmet is definitely down by just 50. He needs to be very, very careful. You know, it's already a second level helmet, which means few shots and he is down to the ground directly. And if he gets knocked down one more time, you know, the helmet is off. And then him getting bleeded out soon is the highest probable chance. So yeah, that player needs to be very, very careful on what his decision is. But still, yet we are up with 14 teams and 48 remaining players. Teams like Infamous have lost two of their players. Infinity has lost three. Morph has lost one, if I'm not wrong. Aura has lost one. BTR has lost one. Few players. I mean, these 1-2 players going down here and there actually is creating a lot more of mess. But it's gonna be YOODO Alliance who's enjoying the airdrop, having the party of their own on the other side. But with the upcoming the zone shift. Look at that. Power Grid and Picardo are the two regions to look out for where we already see so many teams. Now, the way this team has been holding in Power Grid and their positioning, it can be very, very dangerous for all the other players to actually enter the place and have a good positioning. But again, they need to make sure that they are not at the center of the zone because you know what happens there, right? You just get stuck in a between position with so many enemies all around you, and that's not the best way possible. But Ryman, he just goes down with so many good sprays coming his way. He had to jump off, and that's where he departed. But I guess revival will definitely be an easy process for him.
Revival is something, see, which is again going to be very, very crucial. If you really want to come back in the game, you have to have the foam and power. Playbook Esports, yes, they struggled a lot in the previous map of Miramar, but they were still one of those teams which was getting the right output, which is again going to be the main meta in this particular scenario. But he was about to get a revival, but eventually that didn't came into a situation which was so fruitful. But BN, look at that. BN United, exactly that team who took the previous chicken dinner is here to dominate once again. They've got 3 good eliminations. What more do you need at this point? But what is happening? So is okay, all the backtas have been busted. So obviously he's skidding here and there in the desert. But he might not make the way, he not be able to, let's say, push the way to a very beautiful angle. But at the same point, if we talk about Playbook Esports, if they find him, he is going to get taken down, that's for sure. A 1v3 coming from Source's perspective, but for now, yes, he's getting damaged. But look at those jiggles that he's trying to come up with. Obviously, avoiding all the shots that are coming in from the back ends. That's what we really need when we come in a fight. The jiggles, the right proximity advantage that we really want to have is something that I guess Team BN United is very keen on. And when you play that good in the map of Miramar, you know how to evade the fights and also how to push in a particular fight. So that's exactly why I believe BN United is going to be one of the fruitful teams in this particular matchup. Where we talk about PJ, Red Face, Misery, Linux, Zuxi, all the players are still struggling at this point. But at the same point, I would love to add on that we have Mock GFX stuck at the lower grounds. And this elevation factor, the height advantage that PJ has got, can be very, very fruitful if they play the timings right.
They need to be careful. Now that you guys have the height advantage, I've seen one thing happening in Miramar, players falling off this ridge. Right. So if in case anyone falls down, I feel it's gonna be very, very deadly for them. So you need to play out safe. You need to make sure that you are not on the edges, because falling down to this position will just get you to your knees. First things first. Secondly, the chances of revival will be next to zero. No one will actually, go and down those hills to get you a revival. And if there are enemies all around, it is going to be very, very difficult. But so is the case with Lamborghini. For now, he goes down and the enemies are looking stronger. D Xavier, it is difficult for them to survive. The team, which is capitalizing over two chicken
Yeah.
dinners, gets denied this time. And look at them getting
Oh
eliminated
man.
completely.
Again, my statement is coming like to a truth. Like my predictions were like basically the Xavier is one of those teams which is very good when we talk about the map of Erangel, but talking about Miramar or Sanhok as well, maybe in Sanhok as well, this team is not going to be that effective, and that's exactly what is happening, Darshita. Because if you remember, 17 points were there from the corner in the first match, and also if we talk about the second chicken dinner that was in the map of Erangel, they had 19 points. And apart from all those things, all they have gained from the last two Miramars is just 4 or 5 points. That's all. So hindsight, let's talk about Sim9 as well. They are trying to fight back. They've got some decent packs. I believe that's the number is 5. But let's see what Bigetron is going to do. They have got an insight that there are some third parties coming in, and YOODO Lens is trying to push forward. And there you go, MG3 Red Machine Gun worked out with its charm. But from the back end, we do have a beautiful cover coming in, and VOIN Esports unfortunately gets traded off. This is a moment where Bigetron can push forward, have a third party, and enjoy all of those finishes, enjoy all of those, should I say, crates and stuff like that. YOODO Alliance, what a play, man. 7 amazing finishes from the corner. The position is just improving rapidly from, I guess, hashtag 12 to a jump to hashtag 6. And apart from that, if they get a chicken dinner, they can easily be in the top 5. And that's exactly what we are looking at this point. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Box Gaming, not even a single frag, but yes, minded, they have got some decent knockouts. That's why BN United could be pressurized pretty soon.
Oh, well, yes, they definitely can be pressurized from here on. But look at Kwanji and look at that M24. I mean, whenever you. Oh, wait, before I could talk even about that M24, and I do see Sem9 into a lot of problems for now. That vehicle just rushed in like anything onto the face. Talking about
Yeah, yeah.
Geniuses on the other
Mhm.
side, it is getting difficult for them as well. Break onto the other side finds one of the players of Box that is going to put down one player from the sides of Box. BN United, one player goes down as well. That means both of these teams are so much into difficulties right now. Geniuses is finding a lot of casualties out of themselves, and that has to be the end of Geniuses. Infamous takes them down and puts them to an end. It is one more team getting eliminated. 10 teams with 31 alive players, which means so much of player loss we've already seen. And Famous is up with just one single frag onto their name, and I haven't seen Infamous being so passive. I mean, every time we have witnessed Infamous playing, they have been so aggressive. But this time, when they're just down to two players, they have to play it a bit passive, and they know that they have to survive to get some positioning points for themselves. YOODO Alliance onto the other side might just get spot from the sides of PG, Playzone takes down Cleon, the one who is in the MVP list already is down to the ground. Will he get a revival? I mean, I doubt that will actually be possible. If he gets so, that would be really great. But YOODO Alliance is getting capitalized on too from the sides of Infamous as well. It's Evil going down. Infamous, the hopes of surviving are just going down, and it has to be one player who goes in for the revival, who goes in for the covers as well. Box, one player goes down as well. So BN and Box is having a complete different fight onto the other sides, Raider.
Yeah, definitely. Multiple teams are fighting for now. And obviously, when we talk about the fourth, fifth zone, obviously a lot of teams are going to be in a very close proximity. But that spray, that burst shot was absolutely amazing coming from BN United. Almost took the player 90 dip down, but eventually he still survived. So maybe he's going to fight back in the latest stages. But Soz is just so chaotic. He's going to gain his fourth finish, I believe. Oh, I guess he was about to take that finish. He was about to steal the finish, but eventually the last bullet did not connect, and the player got just depleted. At the same point, if we talk about MORPH GPX, look at Rocky. He's trying to make his way in the circle, but at the same point, we have YOODO Lens gatekeeping him. We have PJ also trying to be at the same angle. Playbook Esports trying to fight back. Porsche gets one from YOODO Lens as Olio has been picked off, but that need, that molly, that's what we need at this point. YOODO Alliance was struggling, but at the same point, Infamous has completely been wiped out by the name Playbook Esports. But at the same point, Playbook Esports is also not that comfortable because they're also receiving multiple shots onto them. If Tar finds one, that's YOODO Alliance putting a stop onto Redface's carnage with that height advantage. Definitely, Redface was popping out some good shots onto the players, but at the same point, we have Range also trying to survive in the perspective representing the team known as Playbook Esports. Another spray goes in. That's there. Flax has been picked off. Rocky, the guy who came out of the shadows from this out of the circle, was able to take one down, but Porsche spots him, gets him taken down, and that's why we do say height advantage. If you had that, if you have the circle coming up close to a hill, and if you are on the top of that hill, you will find many free kills because nobody will be able to spot you. Yes, there will be a general direction that yeah, there is a spray coming in from that northwest corner and stuff like that, but you won't be able to pinpoint precise that location, and you can also at the same point change some angles, get some good flanks, and also retaliate to the players. That's exactly why Porsche and his teammates are going to be very fruitful in the later stages if the zone persists to be in this particular PY. But remember, the fifth zone is going to get shrunken down pretty soon. Before that happens, YOODO Alliance might receive some more shots. I'm definitely counting on it. Some more sprays are going to be there. Iftar is waiting very patiently. Walkie on the other corner is actually going to heal himself and be back in the game. And YOODO Alliance, the team who had the 4-man power for instance, is now struggling with just 2 good players. All they have to do is just be in the top 3. Then they will be able to at least have, I guess, 12 to 13, 14 points in their favor. That's exactly what they need for now. But Aura Esports, they're getting pressurized. Hands for you. The guy who is known to come up with a 1v3, 1v4 has been taken down. But DO3, will he survive? Oh, gets spotted. Indeed, he's going to get taken down. No possibility of him surviving. That's exactly what happens. Aura Esports is going to have a bye in this particular matchup. And on the hindsight, we have got PN United still struggling, but doing the output in a very good fashion. I would love to see how YOODO Alliance is going to move. Oh, that spray, man. Porsche is having a very beautiful angle and he is utilizing it way too swiftly.
He definitely is utilizing it in the best possible way he can, but being United, they need to make their way inside the play zone as well. They need to jump off that cliff and then make their way inside because see, right now they are somewhat like 15 meters or 10 meters away from the play zone and the zone is already closing in. So they need to be very careful. And now the upcoming zone is going to decide a lot of things on who is going to come up on the top 6 teams with 19 alive players. Hey, you do Alliance! One player goes down and it is all down to the last surviving player from the sides of YOODO Alliance. Will he be able to make it? Well, the answer is going to be no. BN United completely eliminates the sides of YOODO Alliance and they tell them a goodbye in the fifth stage itself. Four defeats already under the names of PGEV. They are looking good, but they already have a casualty and one of the players is down to the ground. BTR, they look to be prone down, to be precise, and to not compromise their location out here because they know if they do that, it's going to be very deadly. They need to make their way inside the play zone, and look how they're going. Look how Boy is making his way inside the play zone. But if he gets caught off guard here, it will be a big problem. It's not just
Oh,
about
the
one
whole
player, but
team.
everyone, exactly. It's not just one player from BTR making its way by proning down or going down to their pellies, but the entire team is making their way inside the zone in
They're
such
dropping the
a good
backpacks.
way. Exactly, they're dropping the backpacks, they're dropping all the unnecessary items because they know that it's the fifth and
Oh,
the sixth
man.
stage already, and they do not want to be visible from here on. BTR, no
What is the
way!
strategy, guys?
And they actually are able to go inside the zone. Look at them. It's not that they are not able to do that. They are trying and they have already made it inside the play zone.
Oh, for a
Oh
moment,
my
I thought
god.
that maybe Box Esports has spotted them, but Box Gaming is yet to spot them. And I mean, I love the way these guys are sneaking their way into the game. It just already giving me the vibes of what will happen in the Sanhok. But before that happens, oh, the spray from the Golden Mirado. It could impact the player, gets one down, but eventually gets traded off as well. Team BN United is still fighting back in the game, and now we do have the four teams, the top four teams to be precise, still surviving in the game. Sem9 goes out a little bit early, I believe, but still they are fighting back in the game. I believe if I talk about Sem9, oh, yeah, they're surviving. But which was that particular team who went out way too early? I'll talk about that later. But before that, if I talk about Bigetron, yes, finally they have made their way in the circle, and look at them being so effective at the same point, taking down multiple players. And now the nade comes in. The snakes have risen, and they are trying to take down the players, and they are definitely being very, very effective at this point. If I talk about BN United, yes, you took the first chicken dinner. Thanks to your manpower, but eventually, if I talk about the second one, it does feel like that BN United is just going to have a very good tough time. BTR is again taking down the players. Sem9, yes, they're getting suppressed. Look at them. All the players are busy taking down each other, but on the inside, what BTR is doing, they're sitting back, relaxed, waiting for the right moment to spot the players and just shutting them down. And that's why BTR is just going to be very, very effective. And if they secure a chicken dinner, Darshita, I would be just so blown to bits because, again, they snaked their way into the chicken dinner. Just think about that. They snaked their way out here.
God. The fact that BTR just made their way inside the play zone by proning down, and now look at them eating up the entire lobby. No,
Bro, look at that.
BTR, no, that nade was completely enough to eliminate one team, and now it all goes down
There
to
you go.
BTR getting that winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a BTR fan, all I need you to do is spam red hearts for them. The way they've been performing, the way they have capitalized over this entire map, I am speechless right now. I mean, they were down to the ground, okay? They were just prone down to the ground. They were down on their bellies, and they were slowly, sneakily making their way inside. They were like, no one should know that we are going inside, and they made their way inside. They got that compound, and as soon as they got that positioning, man, oh man, if you were in that lobby as a top 3 team, you have to fear BTR. They just came up
Yeah.
on the top, and the way they capitalized over the entire situation. How?
The best part
Miramar
is Darshita,
was,
like
yeah,
sorry to interrupt you, but the best part
yeah,
was like after sneaking into the particular fight, after being prone and rubbing their bellies on the grounds, they rose up and eventually they were able to take down not just Box Gaming, they were able to shut down Sem9, they were able to shut down teams like
BN
YOODO Lens, which
United
was
as
trying to
well.
be in the.
Yep.
And yeah, at the end, BN United to actually secure the chicken dinner. So this was a massive 21-point bomber. I would love to actually congratulate Team BN United as well because they are again going to be very consistent because in the previous match of Miramar, they were able to have a chicken dinner, and in this one, they were able to get the second position as well. So that's a good thing. But Bigetron, what a play from the corner. They're not the red villains, they're the red heroes for me. But yes, 21
Oh,
amazing
well,
points from their particular
definitely.
perspective. Yeah, that was amazing. BN United on the hindsight secured 15 points, Sim 9 with also 15 points. That's interesting because they had 10 eliminations, and obviously third position is where they went out. So again, the only team which could have stopped the rampage coming in from Bigetron was Sim 9, and along with them was the YOODO Alliance. But both of them were taken down way too early by again the same team set name as a BTR. But on the hindsight, if we talk about Aura Esports, just 4 points. MORPH GPX, again 4 points. Box Gaming, you had a very beautiful angle, you had a very sweet spot to hit on. But eventually, yes, BTR changed everything out of the misery, and they were able to get just 3 eliminations, 3 points, and that too for those position points. Not even a single elimination points. I'm surprised to see that because Namcute, Gosu, these are the players who are very, very aggressive. But in this match, they were unable to be that effective, to be honest.
Still trying to, calculate what BTR has done. I mean, I was so in shock for a moment when I just saw them proning down. For a moment, I actually felt like Box Gaming might have spotted the sides of BTR, and they would have taken them down. But no, BTR was just so sneaky. They were like, we don't want to, actually let anyone know that we have entered the play zone. We'll be giving a surprise. They actually gave that surprise, and they just came up on the top. But again, the way things have started off with VOIN getting eliminated at an early stage, that drop shot, yep, was looking good, but not that great.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely, it was so effective to see that. But Playbook Esports in the later stages, yes, they were struggling a lot. If we talk about MORPH as well, as we can see, he was able to take down Flex, but on the hindsight, we had Porsche from BN United who took him down. Exactly, that's what happened to some other players from YOODO Alliance as well. Exactly, that's what happened to teams like Sem9 as well, because Porsche had a very beautiful angle of that hill. But after that, the zone formulated in a very open space, and at that point, BN United started having some trouble. But eventually, Bigetron had the upper hand, and with that, they are for sure going to be the team which is going to sit on top. And with that half century in their favor and a chicken
Yep.
dinner, now the curse of not having even a single chicken dinner for Bigetron has been released, and they are finally here in the fourth match of the semi-finale, Group A, day number one. With 50 amazing points, that's amazing. Day Xavier, the team who was so fruitful in the map of Erangel, is just again struggling a lot. A lot is the main thing, to be honest. Where Xavier just has got 42 points in their favor. Again, they are in the top two, so that's good. But eventually, we have to remember the fact that they are not being that effective and consistent in other maps, irrespective of Erangel. VN United on the other corner, 41 points from their corner as well. So it was again a very good play. 7-9, 32, or was 30 points for their fight in the game. YOODO Alliance, 22 points. Persija, EVOS, that is PJ, as we usually say them, 21 amazing points from their corner as well. MORPH GPX is still surviving in the top 8 with 18 amazing points. But I do feel like that the buffer is not going to be that much. And there you go, just 2 points of a buffer between MORPH and Infamous. And also Genesis is there with the similar amount of points. That's what Infamous is having. Box Gaming 14 points, Infinity with 13, VOIN Esports with 12, Playbook Esports with 5 points as well, Stronger XFL with 5 as well, Infinity IQ 0 points. That's all you have got. So again, quite a big trouble to be honest. But when we talk about the top fraggers, we have again the players coming from D Xavier. Lewis is the name. Sem9's Realty is going to be another guy who has got 9 amazing animations. From BN United, we have Soz with 9 amazing animations as well. He was able to do a 1v3, 1v4 if I'm not wrong in this particular matchup. So that was quite crazy, quite good. But BTR Gen Force, he's also there in the game, trying to get some good eliminations. And yes, indeed, he has got 9. BTR's Boykill is also there with 8 amazing animations. And not just that, he has got 8 assists as well. With a 2.0 of a KD, he is definitely looking like one of the most, let's say, aggressive players or one of the most fruitful players, to be honest. But at the end, let's see how the job is going to be done and how much of an impact will be there, because yeah, we did saw in the leaderboard a very big jump coming in from BTR. That 21 points was indeed necessary for them to get. And also with that chicken dinner, the momentum of BTR is going to be back in the game. And that's why I was talking to my co-caster Darshita that like basically BTR, PJ, these are one of those teams who have the tendency to come back in the later stages. In the initial phases, they do love to enjoy what the enemy has to propose. And after that, when they have an idea of how they can retaliate, they just overshine every other player. But after a quick short break, I believe we are going to be back on the desk to witness the map of Sanhok, which will be the last match for the day, number 1 of the semi-finale. Yeah, definitely. That's what I say. Like basically, 4 good matches have happened of the semi-finals, and after a quick short break, we'll be back with the last and the final map for day number 1 of the semi-finals, and then we'll get to know who are the top 14 teams for exactly the day number 1. Well, here we are at the fifth and the final match for day number one of the semi-finale. The map is going to be Sanhok, and yes, from the start of this particular day, I was so excited to see what will happen and how the game is going to escalate in this particular matchup. To be honest, because again, Sanhok is one of those maps which is just the half of what we previously were seeing, and it is going to be a 4v4 map. And again, if we talk about the areas, it is kind of an island-based map. We have multiple bridges coming to the play. We have multiple
Yep.
areas where the roads are going to intersect with the water's body, and at that point, the rotations are again going to be just, let's say, a little bit more difficult. Snake fights are going to be there, that's for sure. All apart from that, I guess we did saw a heal battle coming up in the yesterday Sanhok map. Maybe today also we are going to see some kind of play like that. And in order to name some teams who loves to do that, is going to be PJev, is going to be teams like basically 21 NFT with 21 Infinity, to be honest, which is again not performing. I don't know what is happening to them, because from past four matches they are joining, they're getting depleted outside the play circle. I don't know what is happening. So yeah, I am expecting maybe one or two players who are going to do the heal battle. Other ones, I believe they are going to go for a complete chaos.
I still remember in the quarterfinals when we were talking about the same, we saw the sides of GSM going in for a heel battle and securing the spot for themselves. So after that, we haven't seen so much of heel battle in the quarterfinals. To be very honest, it was just about that one single match that we saw a heel battle happening. But coming down to today's day, it is the very first day of semi-finals. I do expect players to prepare for heel battle. I mean, yeah, they will be packing up some health kit for themselves, and there are high probable chances that if there is any team who goes in for an early drop clash or has an early drop clash, might lose players here and there, then they might be opting in for a heal battle scenario. But again, it all depends upon how the fly path is as well. Coming down to Sanhok, I feel boot camp is going to be the place to look out for. Painan is going to be the place to look out for. If these Camp Charlie, Camp Alpha, I don't know what exactly the planning and plotting is going to be about. But again, as talking about the play zone, we have as talking about the fly path, we have Camp Alpha as the start and Camp Charlie as the end.
Well, let's have a great look at it. To be honest, the flight path is absolutely amazing, and eventually, I guess diving towards Mongnai or Camp Bravo is going to be a challenging task, because then again, it's kind of far-fetched. Yes, you can glide over there, you can run back, because obviously the map is kind of shorter. But again, you will deplete a lot of time period, and obviously Sanhok is also a fast-paced map. We will see a lot of action coming in, and I feel like that action is going to get resolved pretty soon. And in boot camp or maybe in Paradise Resort, we will see a clash, but we definitely have a clash in Hearth and region. I don't know why people love to drop over there, but yes, that vicinity is something of a clash like vicinity. It attracts a lot of clash, to be honest. But look at this circle again. A flight path is on the western flanks, but the circle is completely on the northeastern circuits. So that's absolutely amazing. In the Pioneer region, again, we do have a clash between PN United and another team is over there. If I talk about Playbook Esports, they're going to go all the way in the safer heaven of the particular southern flanks. That's good enough. But Infamous and PGF, let's see what happens. And due to this kind of formation, I definitely believe the clashes will be absolutely amazing. But DXAV starts off with one good knockout. But let's see, can they finish it off? Can they actually get some good kills at this point? That's what we really want to see for now. It does feel like that. The shotguns are something which is going to be quite messy. Ooh, I thought for a moment that SLK will work, but no, it is not the case. PJ is again struggling. On the hindsight, if we talk about DXAV, two good facts from their perspective, and they are still dominating in this POI. I would love to see which particular team is there. I guess it is going to be Sim9 or Genesis. Oh, that's interesting. Genesis Esports never drops in this vicinity, but now they have decided to, and they are paying the price out of it.
Ah, the first things first, we have all the 16 teams right here with us. Also, talking about the sides of Genesis, they've lost two of their players. They already have two casualties under their name. Master, he tried his level best, but sadly, Genesis could not make it alive out of that fight. Genesis gets eliminated. Infamous is also on the urge of getting denied from here on, and yes, it is going to be Infamous getting denied completely. Two teams, Genesis and Infamous, big names again. They have got eliminated in the starting, like 4 minutes or 3 minutes itself. On the other side, if I talk about PJ EV, they have 4 frags out of their name, but still, that one casualty might just, bite them back in the upcoming race. For a shorter run, it is looking good for them, but when it comes down to a longer run, that's where the, problem will arise. Again, Box Gaming and BN United will be having a clash at the Painan area. Sposh finding himself a bit low, needs to patch himself up before doing anything. But here's the thing. Oh, wait, there's gonna be 21 Infinity as well eliminated. Players are
Yeah.
players are drowning into water. I mean, Okay. Okay, nevertheless, coming back to Box Gaming and BN United for now, I feel the player who was up on the rooftop, that's cute. For now, he needs to be a bit at a safer side. I mean, with that rooftop, you have, it is a very obvious that you are going to scout for more and more information, but gaining information in return getting knock is something you actually don't want to happen. On the other side, Camp Bravo as well, you do see a lot of chaos happening there. Voodoo Alliance finds themselves a one casualty. That's one player not just down to the ground, but Trader is being completely eliminated.
Yeah, the players are getting picked off. That's something which is again going to be quite messy. But YOODO lands in the previous matchup. They tried to outperform in the map of Miramar, but this is not Miramar in any sense because you do see a lot of covers, you do see a lot of surprises coming in. And for that perspective, I believe Box Esports, Box Gaming to be precise, is going to have a very tough time because the guy is going to snake in onto them. PLAYBOOK Esports is trying to wreak havoc, but at the same point, they're getting retaliated by PN as well. So multiple teams are putting a pressure, and for now, it does feel like that Box Gaming is Kosu has been taken down, and Revival is something which is just going to be out of question because again he's stuck in a compound where the nades could be flying in, where the utils can be dumped in, and oh, that was a very close one to be honest. He was about to
Yep.
get popped off, but before that he moved away from the scenario, which is again going to be a fruitful situation for them. But BN United, yes, they really want to take a command of this fight. They've got 41 points, just 9 shy of what the tabletopper has got. So they are definitely looking forward to have an advantage in this particular matchup. But the teams who have lost a lot of blood is obviously going to be 21 Infinity, as we can see, and that's the exact team which just goes out of the lobby every now and then by staying outside the circle. Once again, we have Soz who has been taken down. The other guys, Max LV's HPs was very, very low. He has to heal himself. Okay, finally he does. But Max LV once again gets spotted. The nades are just looking way too on point. But Max LV this time is also going to cook up a nade. Maybe his nade is going to be a bit more precise. That player tried to fall back. Okay, yeah, he survives. On the hindsight, Quanji also gets taken down. B and Porsche also gets picked off by Trons. So that feels like that Box Gaming is still retaliating. And that's the best part. If you are retaliating, if you are trying to be aggressive, I believe at the same point, if you're trying to support your team, that's the best part. Now, moving forward with an DVS, I would love to see how far he's going to balance it.
Ooh.
Oh, that nade was a close one, but indeed, that DVS actually, should I say, put a lot of pressure onto this guy, and that is why he panicked and just threw the nade into his own building and had to fall back instantly. Box Gaming, after 2 amazing kills, after 2 amazing eliminations, yes, they're putting a lot of pressure onto the particular team. But VOIN versus YOODO, this will be fun to watch, and we do feel like that YOODO Alliance is about to get taken down because VOIN has got a very good calm and composed factor in this particular fight, and the way they are getting those eliminations is just so amazing. Iftar struggling, gets spotted. Yes, indeed, the damage is there, but will it be enough to completely shut down the player known as Iftar? And also a revival like situation has to be coming in. There you go. Keep Raymond has been taken down. The gate has been shut down. This is going to be a difficult one. And there you go. Gets retaliated with a beautiful M16. Oh, that was a S12K? Oh, yeah, S12K. The
Yeah,
last
it
guy actually
was.
got with the S12K.
It definitely was a S12K, but to actually break it down more, all the three players from the sides of YOODO Alliance had a DBS in their hands. All the three players. Playing on DBS as your primary weapon is actually beneficial, but again, someone has to go in for that AKM or M416 maybe, but BU United gets completely eliminated out of the equation out here. Again, a DBS that I saw in the hands of that player. 11 teams with 37 alive players is what we have, and the DBS beta is just going up and up, every time, every time. I mean, in a team, if we talk about two players having DBS, that's completely fine, but YOODO Alliance, all the three players were up with a DBS onto them, and that is something that is just changing a lot of scenarios for all of these players. But now that we are down with 11 teams and 37 alive players, we have seen 4 teams getting eliminated. Right, start from BN United to YOODO Alliance, Infamous, and Genesis. My bad, Genesis were the very first team to get eliminated. After that, we saw Infamous. Then it was the sides of YOODO Alliance, and then it was the sides of BN United going down completely. So again, all these 11 teams, they'll be making their way inside the zone as well, but BTR, the big giants out here, they are finding themselves into the fight as well. It's the sides of DX Xavier. I mean, it's top 2 teams fighting against themselves, Reader.
Yeah, just 2 teams, but at the same point, one of those teams are already being on the top of the list. And on the hindsight, if I talk about the other team, that is going to be Team PTR. It is again going to be very close to the particular formation of being on top in this particular matchup. But BDR is again struggling. If I talk about DXavier, look at them. Oh, Genfos has got a very beautiful flank in his favor, and he's going to put the player down. That's for sure. Takes one down, is about to take another one down if he is able to. Oh, there you go. Waited for a long time period. He gave the information to his teammate, and it worked out way too fluently. And as we can see, BDR finds their first frag, but at the same point, they have lost two good players of their own team. Lamborghini is also trying to rotate. This is not going to be that easy for sure. Lewis, will he be able to do the job effectively? No, not at all. Lepa 7 has been picked off. Parajin also gets spotted. He's in a very open space. It is going to be difficult for Genforce to survive, but he survives. That's the main thing. He is still surviving. He's still living up to the game. And Genforce, he's going to pull himself back in the match by a syringe, and he's going to be fully boosted. Oh, that's spray! That's spray! He could have taken him down. Oh, he did! He did! The
Yep.
last bullet actually got connected. So amazing is that. Like, wow, man. And Lamborghini also gets shut down. That's it. From the back end, it's Aura, like a blessing in disguise. Yeah, they are the enemy of BTR, no doubt in that when it comes to the larger picture. But at this point, yes, those enemies are kind of like frenemies. Friend plus enemies.
Definitely, what a beautiful way to actually, deploy the relation that both of these two teams have. But again, coming down to Aura Esports, I feel they are looking forward to have a fight once again. But hey, VOIN! VOIN! Why would you drive your own death out there? They just went and said a hi to Sem9, and Sem9 was definitely not happy with the fact they took one of their players out onto the other side. Box and Aura is having a different fight amongst themselves. So much happening in just one single map. Look at that. The breathing space is so much for the players, but the players have still decided to stick together and go in for back-to-back fights. On the other side, STR, VOIN, Sem9, all of these three teams, and also Infinity, if I'm not wrong, all these four teams will be into a close counter very, very soon. STR, I feel that's Refuse FL, who has a second level helmet a bit damaged. He can definitely find a new one if there's something around, but it's completely okay, alright for now to continue with the one that he is having. For now, the distance he has with the other teammates is not that much, so again, capitalizing if he is down is going to be very, very easy for the other teammates, but they need to be careful. They are being surrounded by enemies which aren't visible for now, but very soon you guys will see them. As soon as the breathing space goes down, as soon as the 30 seconds goes off, we'll know the upcoming play zone as well, which will get all of these teams into a lot more of problems.
Oh, definitely, the trouble is going to just rise from here right now. It is not like a situation where you are actually taking the initial teams down and then you are being very, very comfortable. The fact is, you have to have a chicken dinner, and if you don't have the chicken dinner, definitely some other team is going to have, because at the end, there is going to be a factor where the zone is going to just make both of the teams standing in front of each other. But I believe PJV is one of those teams which can actually go for the heal battle, as I was saying on the cast deck. But for now, Redface, after the loss of that guy and having four amazing finishes, maybe is going to push this team to be a bit more aggressive. BTR on the other corner is also struggling because they are left with just one good player. But the fact is, the buffer, look at the buffer between BTR and Aura. There's a buffer of 20 good points. So even after Aura getting a chicken dinner, I don't think so Aura is going to beat BTR at the end picture. So that is why BTR is still comfortable. They do know all they have to do is just be consistent. All they have to do is just pull up many more points. If it is possible, they can actually go ahead and get the top three positions, because yes, bootcamp is one of those areas where you can find a lot of first tickets. So maybe Gen Force is already there ready with the first tickets, and he is going to come up with a heal battle. I would love to see Team BTR doing that kind of situation. And if I talk about box gaming, after losing Strong, after losing Namkyun and Gozu as well, 1G is going to be the last man standing. And the fact is, like, the team which tried to push onto them, the team which had the initial control, actually got taken down in a 1v3 fight by Trongs. And that was just so amazing to see that individual power of these particular teams can change the tide of the whole situation for them. And Aura Esports with the Koopa G rotating back in the game. And this is one of those things that I've coined many times, that I don't expect in a Sanhok multiple vehicles running here and there. But I guess that's exactly what the players are trying to come up with.
Well, definitely a 4x4 map that we always keep talking about. And when it comes down to stage 2 and stage 3, I feel 60 or 70% of the map gets deleted or denied already. So the fact that you have to survive that 20%, and plus if you'll have vehicles all around, that will make a lot of noise, and which will get you into a lot of problems as well. But for now, when I talk about problems, I see the sides of Team Sem9. Look at them. There's two players from the sides of Team VOIN prone down inside those shelters for themselves. Zone will be closing in the upcoming 10 seconds. Sem9 knows where the enemies are. Look at the hole that they are making. Tam is onto the different side, and it's going to be a 1v3 split that we are witnessing between these players. Now, Wine, if they even make it out of that compound, if they even commit into an open area, that's where the problem will start arising, and that's where they need to be a bit more careful about their positioning. 7-9, Sem9, I feel is looking good. They got initially one frag onto their name, but after that, it's all about them being a bit more passive. But I feel Wine also knows that they are being surrounded by enemies. They're just waiting for that right opportunity to strike in.
Yeah, eventually, like peeking on the in the map of Sanhok could be a very vulnerable move from a corner. So that is why I guess the teams are trying to be just like, let's say, hide in a corner and maybe just play for a passive movement. And obviously, the third play zone is going to get shrunken down pretty soon. But before that happens, Playbook Esports is already on the move. And the way they have slammed here, they are in a competition. There is a tussle against the team Box Gaming, and yes, Box Gaming gets taken. Unfortunate, but indeed the reality is here, and it is hitting them hard. To be honest, Box Gaming went out way too early. On the hindsight, if I talk about Playbook Esports, ES2R with a very low amount of HP is about to be taken down, or should I say, is about to get bleeded out. But I believe Range is going to be there. He's going to bring his teammate back to the fight so that he can bring his TBS and the A game that Playbook Esports is bound to showcase us. 9 teams, 26 players, that's what we have for now. And stage number 3 is also going to get taken down. And that's why I do say that initial first zone is going to be a bit more passive one if we talk about the zone shrink. And after that, you do see a very rapid shift of the play zones coming in. Like 45 seconds, that's all you get to be prepared and also to move into the circle. Yeah, I mean, the whole shrink-in down scenario is going to take 1.45 minutes more. But at the end, if we talk about the whole scenario that you get to be from one zone to another one, it's just 2 minutes. And in a small map like this, 2 minutes are not enough. But if I talk about Infinity, look at them. One more player from PCF has been taken down, and PCF, I don't know what is happening to them, but they are getting picked off separately. Like initially, they had one good loss, and after that, now Lynx has been taken down, and slowly but surely, maybe the whole team is going to get picked off like that.
Well, yes, that might just be the case, but if that is the case, the team needs to be a bit careful. Voin Esports had their eyes on Sem9, and Sem9 have surrounded them completely. But Voin, again, they have that advantage of being inside the zone itself, there, where I could see one player of Sem9 inside the zone, two players still outside. I don't know if Sem9 is actually up with the information that one player of Zoin is literally holding into a close by compound, but as soon as I say that Voin will be going in for few praise where he will be compromising and locating himself. But the sides of Sem9 have decided not to go in for that fight, to ignore it for a while and to prioritize the play zone. They know it's the third stage already, and as the breathing space goes on decreasing, problems are rising. But Sem9, they've made their way outside Zoin, but are they making their way inside STR? Because look at the positioning, and there you go, STR finds one out of Zoin, and that's how things start off. Zoin was going to be the plan. One player is down. Preman goes for the second one
Bro,
as well. Zoin is not looking good for now. Talking about, Preman for now. Look at how good he is with that DBS. The M416 and DBS combination from the sides of Weinke Preman is just so good. But two have been already denied, and now Sem9
ah,
are into a lot of problems. Oh, the Molotov. It would have been a perfect one, but it was just a bit short as compared to what it was originally. But STR again is going in for some spray. So now this fight is all about three teams. It's Wine, it's STR, and it's Sem 9. Praman, he has started off things on a very good note with taking down two players, but now he's been caught off guard from the sides of Refuse. And if he tries to run away off that position, he will be taken down. And that's where the problems are. STR trying to have that hand on the roof top as well. I feel is getting denied and has not the best of that angle, but again, it's gonna be a big mess.
yeah, definitely. I guess the picks that are coming in from the particular teams are absolutely amazing. Let's talk about Voin Esports. As you said, Rahman is just stuck in a very tough situation. If he tries to be back in the circle, obviously it will be Sim9 who is going to gatekeep him. But apart from that, Refuse had a very good angle onto him. But maybe that angle has been avoided because Refuse has also a very alternative, amazing goal, and that is to be in the circle himself. That's why he's currently in the circle. But Sim9 has not lost the track of time and not lost the idea that there was a possibility that the player is going to get taken on. But what is this? A beautiful nade indeed. The player had no idea whatsoever that a nade is going to fly onto his face, and with that, the player is going to guess, let's say, taken down. But eventually, one more nade is going to get utilized. This is going to be Senoris who is going to take the advantage of that finish, and STR definitely finds their third frag. or the last player. Let's see what he can do. To be honest, because yeah, the players have got an idea that there is a situation where we have the elimination coming in, but Infinity coming up in a very close circuit gets taken down. Look at Senor. What a beautiful angle he has got. Sitting, or maybe let's say getting prone beyond a boulder, and he's just spraying down the players, but at the same point refuse in a very close by vicinity to where Cam is actually holding. Let's see, is he going to crush him down with the vehicle? No, not at all for now. But yes, he is indeed going to get taken down by Refuse himself, because he had the idea, he sprayed him down, took him apart, and with that, Infinity is also going to back out from this situation, because they know if they survive here, they're just going to they're just going to maybe, let's say, get eliminated. But BTR, the way they are surviving is just kind of mind-boggling, because they're still there in the game and they're going to get at least one position points. And look at them, still very passive, very dormant, to be honest, and the zone is thankfully favoring them. Playbook Esports, on the other hand, has a very beautiful centric POI, but eventually the POI that they have got, if the zone pushes out of that particular area, then while rotating, they will be caught in a very open space. N number of smokes might not help them.
Oh, well, yeah, that is definitely the case. Team Infinity, I'm a bit happy for them right now. They got one elimination, they got all of the three players surviving, and they also have the zone itself. But I'm looking at the bigger giants. BTR is what I'm talking about. You know, BTR is already at the top of the tables. They got three frags on their name. It's just one single player alive, but he has made his way in the top 8, and we might just see them in more numbers. So, yep, BTR is something you need to be careful about. They've already given us the 50, banger, and they are looking forward to take down more. But it has to be it has to be MORPH, if I'm not wrong. Yes, MRPX that gets eliminated from here on, and it goes down to 7 teams being alive. A rotation being called off from these teams to get inside the play zone, but at the same time, Aura gets into the fight, shuts down Refusal. Playbook Esports finds one, and that has to be Refusal getting completely denied. PJEV, one player goes down. Misery, 39 health kits is what he has. Once again, 38 is what we're talking about in the quarterfinals. But when it comes down to semifinals, he is up with 39 health kits for himself. And he definitely is looking forward to go up with a heal battle. But this one last surviving player from BTR, I'm still trying to figure out on what positioning he is onto. Aura Snappy finds one onto the player of Playbook Esports as well. Now, it's gonna get very difficult. Misery is going in for that heal battle, but for how long will he be able to continue is, still a bigger question. Aura finds one more onto PBE, and that is just shattering down those numbers for the entire team. Play zone is not so good, and it is going harsh towards all these players. Infinity finds one on STR, which means Infinity has also compromised themselves, and I do not see any team inside the play zone whatsoever. Look at that, how empty play zone is right now. But one
What?
grenade from Infinity will be enough to take down one from the sides of STR. Things are not looking good for them, and it all goes down to the one last surviving player. A 1 versus 2 is what is to be called off. A pin perfect grenade which goes boom towards the enemy but does not get
Oh,
anything into return. STR, Aura with that grenade finds one onto STR, which is just denying the hopes of STR, and there you go. STR gets eliminated as well, and with that we have the top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. BTR, Aura, PJEV, Infinity, PBE, and 21 Infinity, if I'm not wrong. Well, is that 21 Infinity still alive? But
yeah.
Aura, no way! As soon as that grenade goes boom towards the enemy, one comes from front as well and takes the player down. Aura is now down to 3 players. One player is down to the ground, but the hope of revival for Snappy is just going down. And now, hands for you, he is outside in the blue, which means he'll be taking out a lot of damage. Team Infinity has already put a kind of full stop, and once again the play zone, it is going so harsh on on Aura right now. Look at them faltering down, look at them falling down. It's just 2 surviving players, and Infinity have decided to go in for a closer, but Aura finds one out of, oh no, Aura
What?
deletes Infinity out there. What in the world was that? How do you go with such precise nades?
Not just needs, I believe there was a barrage of mollies also coming in, and that was so amazing to see, like
Wow!
Aura Esports utilize their utils, because a number of times we do see like the teams which are coming in the circle, they try to just go with the bare force of that particular gun power, but eventually that was not the case for Aura. But now Playbook Esports is Monboy is the only guy who can change the things in his favor. But the fact is, we do have a team Playbook Esports. We do have, I guess, PJ also surviving. We have Aura, as we can see for now. If they secure the chicken dinner, that will be a 21 pointer bomber. But Playbook Esports, and if we talk about PJ, exactly what I was expecting from PJ's perspective, because yeah, that team is kind of keen on going with a heal battle. And that's exactly what the player is trying to do. A good heal battle is coming in from his corner, but beyond this boulder, beautiful spray could be coming in. This is the moment where things can change. This is a moment where Aura can lose the game, but a nade coming in from Aura can actually change the trajectory of this fight. Yes, that nade was quite effective, and the damage was absolutely on point. All the
Ooh.
Maulers are coming in. Multiple barrage of utils are going to get dumped over there. 21 NFT on the other corner. Infinity has been picked off. Oh, the Flustered Kids. It's kind of looking close. Has got the DBS. Oh, goes for a shot. Fails to do anything. Amazing at that point. And yes, he is indeed going to get picked off. With that, the champions of this match are in front of us. The name is Aura Esports, indeed, with a massive comeback in this game. Yes, they have found their own grassroots level comeback. That was really very important. And just like what they did in the previous matchup of the quarter finale, Aura Esports is showcasing us why they have qualified from the quarterfinals to the semis and why they might be one of those teams who is going to qualify for the grand finals or maybe become the champion as well. But that's a very long speculations. But
Yep.
eventually, their performance is something which is actually letting us do that kind of speculation. So maybe let's say giving us an insight of what they are capable of. So yes, Aura Esports, kudos to your performance. And this is not one of those Sanhok map where the fight was not that much. Aura definitely struggled a lot. Their player was getting picked off. They were getting challenged. They were stuck outside the blue. They were getting picked off at that point as well. But their utils, the way they utilize it, was just so amazing. Not just while fighting back with Infinity, but also while fighting back with the Playbook Esports. They were just so effective. If I talk about the third party coming in on PJ, that was just so impressive. If I talk about BTR, yes, due to the struggle that they had outside the circle, they were also taken down. But the last guy, kudos to him because of that play. Yes, the position points are going to be improved for Team BTR as well. And at the end, in the overall ranking, we might see Team BTR still being on top, and maybe Aura Esports will be struggling at third to fourth position.
We might definitely see that happening. BTR, it's about consistency, right? We keep on talking
Yeah.
about consistency again and again, and BTR was definitely consistent with the performance that they came up with. Look at that, Aura Esports 21 total points for them. BTR, I find them on the hashtag 7th position with at least 6. I mean, that's a good number to be very honest. 2 chicken dinners have been converted, and with that, you have a 6 point. I feel that's a pretty consistent performance. DX with 7, STR with the same number, PJ EV with 9, Infinity with 10, PVE with 12, VOIN and BTR with the same 6 for themselves, Box with 4, MRPX with 2, Sem9, BN, Voodoo, and in famous it is in famous with 1 for themselves and 21, and Genesis goes down with 0 points again. I do feel sad for Genesis right now. I mean, we've seen them performing. The initial drop clashes was something that did not actually work into their favor, but again, coming down to BTR, I feel it is a good amount that they have. I mean, in before we went to the map of Sanhok, I feel they already had 50 onto their name. So adding this, it's around 56 of total what they have, if I'm not wrong. Aura was down with 40, and they'll be climbing up really good. They were down with 30, my bad, and now they'll be climbing up to 51, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, all this will be seen very soon in the overall rankings as well. But coming back to these highlights on, how it all started. Genesis was the very first team to get eliminated, and then we saw a spree of teams getting eliminated back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. Multiple teams were taken down, and that's exactly how the competition just got escalated. So, yes, in the highlights, you can clearly see how YOODO Alliance tried to retaliate, but One Esports was very comfortable with their own play. DXA with that particular team, who was just so good, back to back two consistent performance in the Miramar map was just so amazing from their particular perspective. But when it comes to Sanhok, when it comes to Erangel, yes, the struggle was just so on point for that particular team. Box Gaming, yes, they had a very beautiful compound, and due to that particular DPS pick, I believe Playbook Esports had a very big long run and they survived till the second position. But look at this. Ranger, should I say, stronger XFL, the way they played, the way they utilized those angles was just so impressive. Refuse had the very beautiful idea of where the play could be, and he took him down. Same goes for MORPH XGFX as well. Like a very long rotation from MORPH, but eventually, as soon as he stopped his vehicle, as soon as he decided that now it's the time where he can come out the vehicle, come out of the shadow, and maybe fight back, he got traded off instantly. PJ, despite of the fact doing that much of a heal battle, I don't know what happened. They had 14 first seconds, but I guess he saw the other guy getting taken down, and that's why he just completely, like, basically he knew that even after the heal battle is done, I won't be able to just get the second or first position. So that's why he just let himself wipe out by the particular play zone. But Bigetron Red Villains, with this amazing effort that was done in this particular matchup. They had, I guess, fifth position overall in the fifth match, and also with that they have got 56 amazing points. Alright, Esports on the other corner with this massive jump of 21 or so points, they have got 51 points. The Xavier with 49, BN United with 42 points, but all the other teams which are still struggling to have a chicken dinner are struggling from 5th to the 16th positions, obviously. Sem 9 with 33 points. Persija EVOS, despite of the effect of the heal battle, not so fruitful when it comes to the overall advantage. 30 points from their corner. Team Infinity with 23. Same goes for YOODO Alliance. Let's go to the second page as well. So that we can have the clear idea of how it all unfolded for these teams. MORPH GPX, as I said, started with a very good, magnificent, I guess, heal battle and stuff like that. They tried to be outside the circle when they knew their players were taken down, but still at the end, they have been picked off. 20 points, that's all. VOIN Esports 18, same goes for Box. Playbook Esports with 17, same goes for Infamous. Genesis with 16. Stronger XFL with just 12 points.
Oh, well, yes, definitely 12 points with them. Infinity IQ with 0. But talking about the top fraggers, we have Levies on the top still with 12 elimination. Genfos is with 11 from the sides of BTR. We have Aura Snappy with 10. Aura 003 with 10. And it's one player from BN, Zos, who's made his way to the fifth position with 10 eliminations out of his name. So I don't see a huge difference from the hashtag 1 to hashtag 5 in the top fraggers list. But again, today's day, it was all about so much of calculated fights, I would say. Sanhok, if this is a map that you guys are relying on, I would say it's just about one single chance. That's all. Because see, when it goes down to the overall schedule, we know Erangel and Miramar is getting repeated 2 times, but when it goes down to Sanhok, you're just getting 3 chances in this entire 3 days. So you need to be careful and very precise. 12 and 3, it has to be a very big difference to make, right? So when it goes down to Sanhok, I feel teams need to rely more on fights. But again, Raider, before we end this all, do you have anything to say?
It's just basically, I love the way the competition is evolving from quarterfinal to the semifinals. Have to see what the second day is going to unfold like. But till then, guys, we'll be back, I guess, at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow as well. So stay tuned for that. Till then, guys, peace out. Thank you for joining us. Bye bye.